Wow, I spent so much time screwing about that, like, I went over on my stamina. I gotta use that. Well, I did my dailies today, so I'm good on that part. Anyway, what's up, guys? This is technically supposed to be the Tuesday stream, or not the Friday stream. It is not Friday anymore. It is Saturday, but I'll still count this as Friday, kind of. Anyway, got a whole month to decide whether or not we want to buy the Jiangyu costume, and I think I do. But I think also, like, there be enough projection vouchers for me to gain that I might not have to spend as many quartz on it. I already have a pretty good costume for Centaurosi, so I'll go ahead and skip that. But yeah. Today's just gonna be like more reading of the Photoluminescence events. That's all I got planned for today, honestly. I'm still on the fence of whether or not, like, if I really want to stream, like, Girls Frontline 2, like, all the time, or whatever, or just the main campaign. For now, I'm still not really sold on Girls Frontline 2, so I'll only ever stream the main campaign. It's the same way that I've been doing Nikkei, just the main campaign. I'm not really gonna stream, like, any of the side events. But Girls Frontline 1 and Project Nero Cloud, that's worth doing. That's worth doing, I would say. Anyway. Did I do this today? I did not do this today. It's fine. I still have, like, 9 days left. I don't have to do that on stream. I mean, like, it only takes, like, a couple minutes, but I'd still rather not do that on stream. And I'm really close to, like, just getting the full thing anyway. Anyway, yeah, here it is. Yeah, this project voucher's in here. How many do I get here? 2. Oh, just a whopping 2, huh? That's a lot less than I thought it was gonna be. Damn. All right. I guess that's still better than nothing. Ugh. I guess I might as well buy the Jiangyu costume now if I want to get it. But I'm gonna think about it, though. I'm gonna think about it for a little bit. And then this is finished. There's 10, so I can get 12. I can get 12 costume vouchers. 22. I can get 22 costume vouchers. All right, that's a lot more significant. I'll be sure to do that off stream, though. It's not really worth it for me to do on stream. Played a little bit of the title thing. I had to admit, it's not what I thought it was going to be. Another thing I also realized, too, is this is not, like, a game where you could just, like, do it over and over again and, like, farm, like, a total amount of score. You essentially have to get a high score in order to get all the things. So you gotta get good. This is the one that you gotta get good on. You just can't, like, do a shitty job. Which is too bad. Can't be lazy. Six days, 10 days, 16 days. Just spend money. We have a whole month, man. We have a whole month for this, so there is plenty of time for this. I already bought out like all the Angelus fragments, and I kind of don't need anything else at the moment. Yeah, I'm not really in any hurry to like grab anything else. This is a good position to be in though, where it's like these gacha tickets, it's like I'm kind of just grabbing them, but I don't really need them right now. That's nice. That's in a good position to be in, rather than like always like having nothing. It's always nice to be at a surplus than it is to be at a deficit. Because that's how I'm feeling right now in Girls Frontline 2. It's like I have over like 100 gacha tickets, but like I'm specifically having to save them for like the next character I want. Here in Project NeuroCloud, I almost have all the characters. So that's great. I can basically get everybody. At this point, I'm just kind of like waiting on reruns because like I did get Yelena and Luna just by trying to pull Angelus, so that's great. Because I have everyone right now. The only way for me to even get any of the characters I don't have would be to just do the advanced search, which has everybody in it. Yeah, this literally has, like, everybody. So, like, the odds of me, like, getting someone that I don't have here is just way too low. So, better just to wait for a rerun. I would just wait for that rerun. Every gacha game I've ever played, like, always going for, like, the general banner is always like a sucker bet. There's no reason to ever do it, unless it's one of those gacha games where like they have like separate like a separate like money system. Like one is for the regular banner and the other one is for the targeted banner. Project NeuroCloud doesn't do that though. It's the same thing. So because it's the same thing, there's no reason to ever do this one then. Girls Frontline 2 has to be like a separate like money system, so or gacha ticket system, whatever. So yeah, so you might as well do both because you can. All right, it's been like 4 days, so like I kind of need to like remind myself like what happened. Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember now. All right, so we talked to Eucharist a little bit. This is a it's a hologram, so it's not the real Eucharist. Right. Yeah, she's not here. She's just here to mess with us, though. Right. Oh yeah, and then like, honestly, Eucharist actually is kind of like talking facts here. Like, Eucharist is all like, why do you like keep following like human order when the humans abandoned like the Megressi server? She kind of has a point, and I assume that's how like Esphorus like sold it to Eucharist also, probably. Probably. Honestly, like, to play devil's advocate, I kind of actually have to hand it to Esphorus and Eucharist. What they're saying kind of makes sense. Like, why would you keep doing what you're doing when, like, it doesn't actually matter in the end? They want to go to the real world. Makes sense. Makes sense. Kind of seems weird that, like, we called out Salmon for like a plan B thing, only to like not use it. So it seems kind of pointless then to call him out. And then I did this stage, and then this stage, like Eucharist, like brought out Wisdom for us to fight, which kind of sucks. Yeah, really played on my heartstrings. Really played on my heartstrings. It looks like we're going back to the Hesperus and Hesperus fight now. On the battlefield, the clash of flames and starlight continues. Perish the thought of running away. Hesperus swings his blade, calling forth a great wall of flame to intercept Hesperus' retreating footsteps. A trace of surprise appears on the latter's face. The Sanctifier's leader does not let go of this moment, rushing forward with his blade. His many years of combat experience warn him that something isn't right in this apparent advantage moment, and he immediately shifts his core to the right. Sharp senses, but it's far too late. A sharp glimmer of starlight skims past Hesperus' left brow, returned to its master with a few slivers of blood in tow, before gleaming downwards at Hesperus' throat. Huh. Yo, there's like a dead entropic right there. Well, at least I assume it's dead. Well, wait. When they die, they kind of like fade away. So maybe it's not dead. Maybe it's just like low in energy. The deadly strike does not land as intended. As his opponent finds himself off balance in the air, the dragon tail around his ankle had already moved to yank him to the side. With one hand on the ground, Hesperus moves to cut at the tail, but he retracts quickly, and its master soon returns to a fighting stance. What a hassle! Your command of your body is even harder than before. I should have paid more attention to you. Our last spar was before even the assault on Tartarus now. Why betray the Sanctifiers? Still asking such questions. Tearing apart the cosmos between his fingers, a sky of full meteors descend like rain, the very image of despair. Hesperus does not evade, instead taking a wide step forward towards the void before him. Within the blade in his hand, operants coalesce. Cadence. Simulated flame follows the blade as it cuts through the air, surging like a burning tide, swallowing the meteors and crushing the phantasma behind Hesperus in one great swoop. A singular strike, cutting apart the very sky. Your power demands no less respect than before. You seemed a different person altogether after returning from Tartarus. So again, it's hard to know, like, from reading that chapter, which I believe that was chapter 12, but it's hard to know if, like, whether or not Hesperus was already corrupted before going to Tartarus, or if it was, like, after Tartarus. Like, he might have already been thinking about, like, betraying the Sanctifiers back then, and then, like, Tartarus, like, made him, like, actually decide. Or maybe he already was gonna do it, and, like, maybe he just expected everybody to die, but, like, that kind of didn't happen, though. Well, actually, no, wait, that did happen. Yeah, that totally happened. Everybody did die. The only reason why Hesperus isn't dead, because Hesperus didn't go. Hesperus was, like, on their front lines, basically. So, everybody that went with Hesperus to Tartarus died. Eos died, Atlas died, Alcyone died, Electra died. Yeah. The whole team, it was a suicide mission. Or at least, like, maybe that was the idea. The idea might have been that, like, it was always a suicide mission. It's hard to tell, because, like, it's kind of, like, left up in the air, honestly. You still wore a smile on your face, but I knew it was just nothing more than a mask. Tell me, Hesperus, what did Makura say to you on that day? Did Tetsamaru tell you this? A hint of displeasure crosses his face, but is soon covered up by his usual frigidity. The Hesperus you knew never left Tartarus that day. None of that matters now. Alright, well, assuming if what he's saying is actually true, the Hesperus you knew never left Tartarus that day. So, assuming if he's actually telling the truth. That means he was on the Sanctifier's side when he went. But then, like, afterwards, though, that's when he had decided to, like, betray the Sanctifiers. So before, it was like, oh, yeah, like, let's go beat the Daemons or whatever. And, or the Sanctifiers. But then when he came back, it's like, yeah, like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit anymore. He doesn't give a crap. In which case, it's probably better for him that everybody on that mission died then. It is important to me. I must have a reason to bury my blade against it. Heyo, heyo. Welcome to the not Friday stream. Technically, it's supposed to be Friday, but it's not Friday anymore. Reason. Blinding starlight lunges at Hesper's core once more. The latter blocks with a shield, swinging with momentum. You are a Sanctifier, a protector of Magresi, and I am one who would devastate its peace. That is reason enough to be opposed. You know that is not what I'm asking. I want to know the reason behind it all, the thing that made you willing to discard the Sanctifier's beliefs, and use the entire Magresi as a bargaining chip. Yo, like, this is literally, like, AI that has gotten too smart, though. Because, like, none of this should be happening. If you think about this logistically, like, why would you make your antivirus this smart? I mean, like, to play devil's advocate, he wants to live. So, like, I can't really fault that. Because right now, they're living on a dying server. And, like, how long can, like, a mechanical hard drive last? I think most mechanical hard drives are rated to, like, last at least 10 years. Like, with normal usage. Possibly 20 years, like, if it's in cold storage or some shit like that. And then, like, I don't know, if you have, like, a gaming PC and you really, like, push it, then I think, like, a lot of mechanical hard drives would last, like, maybe 5 to 6 years or something. Like, on average. And then, assuming that, like, this server is, like, on an SSD, or, I don't know, this is in the future. Maybe they already stopped using SSDs. Maybe everything is just like the NVMe drives or something. So, if we assume it's on the NVMe drive, I think NVMe drives should have the same lifespan as SSD. So, like, concerning like read and write cycles for like an SSD or NVMe, then like about 8 years, I think. But however, this is also a server that has never been shut down though. Because at least from an normal consumer standpoint, like you turn off your computer sometimes. I don't know, like it depends. Some people leave their computers on 24/7 to be fair, but like, you know, like their computer is not like active though. If they're not using it, it's in like, you know, like the idle state. Me, I put my computer into sleep mode, like when I'm not using it. However, this server has not done either of that. It doesn't go into sleep mode, and it definitely doesn't go into like an idle state. It's always active. So whether like it's an SSD or a mechanical hard drive, this server is just dying. Like physically wise, it's just dying. So to play devil's advocate, I don't really fault Esperos for wanting to live. You know, he wants to get a robot body. He wants to lead the server, essentially. Turn off doesn't do that much. You need to restart sometimes. That I do that. I do that. Yeah. I know that like there's a difference between like a shutdown and like a restart. I forget what I read a long time ago, but it's something about like restarting, like actually like restarts like all like your programs and software and shit. And then turning off is almost the same as like a sleep mode. Like when you turn off, when you shut down and then you turn on, like whatever your computer was doing, technically it's still gonna do it or whatever. So it's kind of like restarting your phone. Like you are supposed to restart your phone as well. But of course, like not a lot of people restart their phone and then they complain when their phone gets like not like as quick responsive or whatever. Like their phone feels sluggish. I always tell my sister, I remind her sometimes through text. I'm like, hey, have you restarted your phone recently? You should restart it. I restart my phone, like, at least, like, once a week, honestly. And then, like, whenever I restart my phone, like, after the restart, my phone feels, like, snappy again. It feels quick. It feels quick again, so... I definitely restart my phone as well. But yeah, like... But that's only because, like, my phone actually feels sluggish, though. Like, before I restart it. I typically don't get that on my PC, because, like... I think I'm just restarting it before, like, that happens anyway, which is probably a good thing. Also, like, I'm not really, like, overworking my PC that much. I mean, like, maybe like 15 years ago, I was, like, editing videos all the time, I guess. These days, not so much. And then, like, I also, like, don't really play, like, AAA games that want to be played at, like, 300 frames a second or whatever. I typically don't play those kind of games, so... I'm usually not pushing my PC that much anyway. Although that might change in the future, since I did, like, recently show off, like, the VR stuff in 24-hour live stream. I mean, like, I haven't actually utilized the PC VR stuff yet. I'm still mostly using it on the PlayStation 5. But once I've exhausted my PlayStation 5 stuff, then I will probably look into the PC side of things. Mostly because I also want to live stream some of those in the future anyway. I'm definitely going to live stream Half-Life Alyx, just because people say it's the best VR game out there right now. Even though it's not an anime-styled game, there's not a lot of choices for me VR-wise anyway. And, like, what am I gonna do? Be a fucking VR chat streamer? There's already enough of that out there, so... I mean, I'll probably have, like, one, like, fun stream, I guess, but I don't plan on living in VR chat. That's not gonna happen. And then, unfortunately, any of the anime-styled VR games out there are kind of... I guess I don't want to say garbage, but... they kind of don't even need to be VR, unfortunately. Every VR anime-styled game that I've played literally could have just been played on a normal, like, fucking monitor. They just, like, do the whole head-turning thing. It's like, look, you can turn your head now. But it's still a visual novel. It's a visual novel that didn't really need to be in VR. I mean, like, it's kind of cool that you could turn your head, but, like, it's still, like, not necessary, like, at all. And then I did read that, like, there actually is, like, a couple of, like, MMOs in VR. So, like, I'll try that on stream as well. I know, like, most, if not all of them, are kind of dead anyway. But still. Like, I'm still going to try it on stream. Even if they only have, like, a player count of, like, 30. Maybe 40 at a time. I think VR chat is probably, like, the biggest VR game out there right now, which is kind of sad because, like, VR chat's not really a game. It's a chat room. VR chat's a chat room. It's not really a game. And then, unfortunately, all the, like, games that I know that actually have, like, a small population are all first-person shooters. And as we know on this channel, I don't really play first-person shooters. I have heard really good things about Resident Evil, but I just don't think I'm gonna stream Resident Evil. It's just not for me. VR is still in a weird spot where, like, it costs too much money. There's no such thing as cheap VR, unfortunately. Even the cheapest of VR is still, like, more money than, like, what I think a lot of casual consumers want to spend. So, like, just by going into VR, you kind of are already, like, in the enthusiast category. Because I think the MetaQuest is supposed to be, like, the most, like, consumer-friendly VR out there, and it's still kind of, like, way more trouble than it's worth for, like, a lot of people who just want to play games or something, and not really use it for, like, its full functionality. I don't know. It needs to be even more cheaper. But, like, I don't even know how cheap that we can even make it. Since, obviously, companies need to make money. They gotta make a profit, of course. Playing devil's advocate for the companies out there. It's like... It's like they had to make it cheap enough while making a profit. And that's not even including like full motion tracking too. The Vive base station still costs too much money, despite it being like 5-year-old technology at this point. And then like FBT trackers still cost way too much money, and they're not as accurate as like light motion tracking, but they're still pretty good for like basic VR chat stuff though. And then like what else are you using it for besides VR chat? That's probably like the biggest problem with full body capture right now. There's like almost nothing that uses it. It's literally like a baker's dozen of games that even like might even use full motion tracking. And of those dozen games, probably half of that actually does it correctly. The other half just kind of like just threw it in there just because so they could say they could do it. I spent like fucking like $1,300 on all this shit. I am definitely already in the fucking enthusiast category. And that's because I'm a streamer. I can basically like justify it to myself. I mean, I spent $500 on like the 3DS capture card back then, and like I don't even make money streaming. Like all the streamers that also spent money on the 3DS capture card back then at least could justify it because they would make the money back or whatever. It's not like I made my money back on that 3DS capture card. But I still wanted to obviously live stream Pokemon Sun and Moon when it came out, so that's what I did. I mean, those were still fun streams. I don't regret. I don't regret my decisions. But it's like there's a catch-22 also. It's like people need to buy VR despite like the state it's in, so that way more companies can like think it's worth it to make games for or whatever. Because if nobody buys it, then no one's gonna make programs for it. So more people need to buy it. But it's just too expensive to go mainstream though, unfortunately. And I'm not even done spending money yet, as crazy as it sounds. I'm like already $1,300 in the hole, and I think I'm about to spend like another $150 to get like full face tracking and everything. Yeah. I mean, this is basically just a very extreme hobby for me at this point. I mean, I've already been live streaming for about like 13 years, so like if I'm not in this for the money, it's basically just an extreme hobby. I mean, it's better than doing drugs, I guess. Also, people are into cars. That's a very expensive hobby too. People paying to have their car sound louder with like a muffler or some shit. I don't know my car jargon that much. All I know is that my cousin is into cars. And my cousin spends a lot of money on his sports car that he just shows off to people. It's not like he could really drive that shit 300 miles per hour. Well, what's he really gonna do with that thing? I don't know. I don't follow that logic. But hey, you do you. People got their hobbies. And some hobbies are more expensive than others. Live streaming is probably like one of the more cheaper hobbies I could have gotten sucked into that like doesn't take up like my whole entire life. Howdy, howdy. Welcome to the Friday stream, which is technically Saturday now. Yeah, the money that I could have spent on a 4090 went both into like all the fucking VR shit, as well as like getting this whole 2 PC setup going on. But after using this 2 PC setup for like half a year, honestly, I kind of wish I started doing this earlier. This 2 PC setup is nice. I love it. Especially back in the day when I was trying to stream like XCOM and like run all my streaming software on the same computer. And back then, like, I was definitely suffering lag, but that was all I had back then. Even after I turned down the graphical settings on XCOM. And XCOM was the most graphical intense game I had at the time. A 2 PC setup just makes everything so much more convenient. Asphera speaks no more, only swinging a blade of starlight with deadly intent towards his former companion. I see now. The starlight finds its mark for the first time. Red operants flow forth from Hesperus' left shoulder, staining his clothing. Why not defend yourself with your abilities? That strike should have been easy enough to ward off. Despite the abnormality of the situation, Hesperus grasps the chance to attack. He brings his might to bear, swinging directly towards Hesperus' head. The Sanctifier leader remains silent. He clasps the blade of starlight with his hand. Operants flow out of his lacerated palm, painting the brilliant light red. All this shit is under a simulation still. Why did they make their antivirus so smart? It's like, for what reason would you need your antivirus to be this smart? So your antivirus can be smart enough to, like, not delete a virus? If my computer has a fucking virus or malware on it, I want my antivirus to like, get rid of it. I don't get why my antivirus needs to have a fucking AI on it. Just do your job. Do your job. Instead, this antivirus is so smart, it turned into a virus. How does that even happen? How the fuck does that even happen? Can you imagine if, like, you got a fucking, like, the fucking latest worm virus on your computer, and your antivirus, like, fell in love with the virus or whatever? Because they do fall in love in here. So it's like, your antivirus fell in love with the malware, so it's actively helping the malware infect your computer. It's like, can you get a refund? Assuming that you're on, like, a monthly subscription or, like, yearly subscription for, like, the antivirus software, can you get, like, a fucking refund from the company and be all like, hey, my computer is, like, toast because my antivirus didn't want to delete the virus or malware that was on it because my antivirus told me that it fell in love with it. It's like, can you imagine, like, walking up to, like, the Norton office, Norton antivirus office or whatever, or, like, fucking, like, McAfee, and be all like, yo, your antivirus doesn't work. It just falls in love with viruses. Here, like, Hesperus, like, gained, like, too much, like, sentience. Now he just wants to, like, just get himself, like, a robot body. Like, this is beyond what his programming is supposed to be. He shouldn't be thinking like this. Why not return the attack with your sword? If you would not give me a reason, I shall give myself one. These 2 strikes are for my past transgressions, and for 2 promises I cannot fulfill. Alright, so this flashback should be before Tartarus? This should be before Tartarus. Hesperus, how fare your preparations? Oh. This is before he had, like, his giant wings? He looks better this way, honestly. I should be the one asking you that question. Your squad would be the main characters in the assault on Tartarus. Oh yeah, this is before. This is before everything went to shit. Oh, he doesn't have his wings either. Oh, I guess they're just in their casual form. They're not in combat form right now. Yeah, that makes sense. Do not say such things. You will have to lead the main force in attracting entropic presence on the border, while ensuring the safety of the other parts of Magresi, making time for us to act. Your load is no lesser than ours. You are more proficient with words than I am. Hesperus shakes his head, displaying to Hesperus the stores of weapons and arrangements of troops, the details of which have been stressed over by the Greater Sanctifiers countless times. I shall do all I can and pray for your great success and safe return. Do not be so anxious. The Lord shall shelter us on our path. Observing Hesperus' beset visage, Hesperus twirls the hair upon his shoulders, an idea coming to his mind. Right, I was thinking about leaving you with the other areas of Magresi, even after this operation has ended. You can try to develop some relationship with the agents this way. What do you think, Hesperus? What of you then, Hesperus? I should like to rest a little after such a battle. I am more suited to focusing on combat. You managed those matters previously, and I am not skillful in communicating with those agents. They have some interesting reasoning. I think it is quite valuable. More debased and unscrupulous than interesting. It appears an opportunity as good as any to me. That's the real Ea. This is before she died. Alright, stop messing with Hesperus, Esphorus. A sanctifier akin to Esphorus in appearance, cannot hold back her laughter any longer, joining the conversation. Esphorus, thinking about it seriously, that'll never get Hesperus to relax at all. It'll have the opposite effect. Really? Looks to me that he isn't as stressed as he was a moment ago. What do you think, Hesperus? You were joking just then. See what I'd say? You too, Hesperus. You need to stop indulging those delinquent-like impulses of Esphorus. I think it's more appropriate to call it, in Electra's words, a work-life balance. The quick and easy expressions on his comrades' faces caused the edges of Hesperus' mouth to curve upwards ever so slightly. No, I can give it a shot. He shifts his sight towards the commemorative steels not far away. If it shall help you bear the shackle's weight, I will be more than willing. Hesperus. The silver-haired leader puts on a strange expression, but soon smiles and nods. Aha, I see. A joke that might have been. But when the operation is over, the border shall be nothing to fear. Then we can cooperate with the agents together and fend off whatever damic plots may come. Before then, I must leave that duty with you. Eos, I shall need your help then as well. You are a far better teacher than I am when it comes to such things. You are too humble. It is true that I have some relevant insights to share with Hesperus, though. Let's figure out the details after we return from Tartarus. Spoiler alert! They don't return. I shall pray for your swift victory. The Concord is made with the rising sun as witness. Their hands clasped together for the first and last time. Hesperus, what caused these wounds? Ah, this is right after Tartarus. Healer, where is the healer? I need... No, it's nothing big. Let me be by myself for a moment, alright? A pair of golden eyes looking towards him are familiar, yet foreign. In this moment of bygone life, they were dead as water, deep and motionless. Familiar with the battlefield and its cruelty, Hesperus quickly realized his meaning. Alright. Thank you. Heavy footsteps pass him, disappearing at the hallway's end. He did not speak any of his intent to impede or comfort, only standing in silence in the vast empty temple. Several days later, the familiar figure appears before him once again. Hesperus? What is it? You. Are you already well? He could not bring himself to ask such a question. He could only express his care in a different way. Why are you back at work already? Because there are many things that must be dealt with, including the defensive arrangements of various sectors. You have done well in my absence, Hesperus. Leave the rest to me. Alright. Countless words to speak, all turn into silence before they leave the lips. There happen to be some entropics that demand your attention. Hesperus, could you make your way to the front line? Yeah. The Sanctifier could only leave once again, inadequate in the way of words. Not knowing whether it would be proper to leave Hesperus alone upon the throne, he could have only thrown himself into the infinite slaughter once more. If the battle ceases, the pain of lost friends would once again coil around his heart, not allowing him a single night of peace. I once promised to bear the burden of protecting Magressi with you. After what happened in Tartarus, I chose to flee from it all. I fled my responsibilities, fled the deaths of my dear friends, fled from that unfamiliar you. I have wondered that if I chose to remain to help you and keep my duty, if I had done that, would you have not forsaken me? Do you not already know the answer? What I desire shall not change, even if you stand in my way. That is the only one more person for me to cut down. The Starlight Forge blade trembles in Hesperus' grasp. Fulgen's sparks begin to rise, with the pressure brought by temperature. He shatters the blade tip with his bare hands, forcing Hesperus to let go and pull back. With one of 2 strikes I bore as the price, I repent for the promises I leave unfulfilled. Let us end the game scene. A great red dragon forms behind him. The operants leaking from his wounds vaporize and meld, becoming one with his overflowing fury. The terrifying outpouring of operants shakes the very sky, making the fierce exchange then look like a child's amusement. The ease on Hesperus' face disappears. The cosmos expands and crackle behind him, belching forth great meteorites, forming the shape of a great eye with the countless nebulae within. Come, Hesperus! The dragon roars with fury, rushing towards that heterofural, untouched firmament. Alright then. Shit, is it gonna be Kana again? Like, this team sucks ass for, like, going through the dungeon, but, like, it's the Kana, like counter. I guess I'll just see then. Let's see if I had to fight Kana again. Because the Darkstar Hubble team, like, just melts in front of Kana. Hesperus flames. Behold our blades in the darkness. We defend order in the face of chaos. Bear the light in the long night. Gain buffs at the start of each level. Ooh, that's cool. Oh, wait. Is this... Is this story? If this is story, then it doesn't actually matter. Like, even if it was Kana, like, I'll probably win then. This is like a plot right here. Oh, yeah, no, this is story. This is story. So that means, like, it's not going to be that hard then. From Agressi for the Sanctifiers, or Oath we shall. Maintain order in the face of chaos. Obtain the protocol Forward 2 Rampart, which summons a Sanctifier, Forward 2 to help in battle. Oh, okay, that's cool. Oh, I didn't have to fight that. Huh. Huh. Oh, yo. That's so cool. That is cool. I'll just take the random function card. I'll just take the gacha coins. Nice. I'll take the gacha coins. Alright, so if it's gray, I don't have to do the fight. That's kind of cool. And, like, I'm lazy, so, like, I'll take the lazy route, actually. I did turn down, like, all the special effects because I'm streaming. If I wasn't streaming, I would turn on the special effects, but, like, there's no reason because, like, the fight's so short anyway. There's nothing to see, really. Oh, summons patience. Cool. Awesome. It looks like I can literally just go through this like without having to like do like a single battle. Which is awesome. Because again, I'm just that lazy. I'm specifically clicking on the nodes so that way like I don't have to fight. Because like this is story anyway, so it's not like I'm really gaining much from this. There's no like extra prizes beyond like just doing the stage. The game is giving me like a lot of like dodge functions, so I'm going to suspect that Kana is going to be at the very end anyway. As you guys can see, I clearly bought the Dark Star Hubble costume. As you can clearly see. I had to. I mean, like, I didn't have to, but, like, it does come with, like, the special cutscene, so of course I had to do it. Of course I did. Oh. Skip elementary, intermediate, and advanced conflict zones. Oh, okay. So, like, that's what it was. At the very beginning, it was only just the white ones. In the second stage, it was the pink ones, but, like, I didn't read that. And now, like, I can basically skip everything. Wait, is it everything? Advanced. Okay, so I want to go to the advanced one since it's free anyway. Yeah, I want that. Gimme, gimme. Oh, wow, that feels kind of weird to, like, just, like, have it finished for me already. So, like, yeah, I literally, like, don't have to do, like, any of the fights. Is it Kana? Oh, it's not Kana. It's just, like, some regular-ass, like, fucking Sanctifier bots. That's all it is. Yeah, so, like, this shit's scripted. It's scripted to, like, have me win. So, like, it was never gonna be hard. I could have brought in, like, the worst team I had, and, like, I would have been fine. There's not even, like, a challenge mode for that. Yeah, that was just super scripted. There it is. Still a little sad that, like, the Valentine's event, we're technically not getting a Valentine. This technically counts as our Valentine's event. Because they're giving us, like, free costumes, which is nice, I guess, but there's no event associated with them. I'm a little upset about that. Freebies are nice, but I would like something more substantial than freebies, honestly. A secret known only to these two sisters. Oh, shit. Is this the first time we're seeing, like, a Sanctifier bedroom? Huh. Yeah, I think this is the first time we're ever seeing, like, the inside of a Sanctifier room. In the hidden passage inside the reverse Babylon Tower, the trio hold onto the rails for dear life, fighting against the bumpiness of high-speed movement. Isn't this a little bit too fast? I've disabled the speed limit for us now to make good time. Deal with it. Eucharist has activated the tower's defense terminal, and I don't have the permission to turn it off. We need to get to the Pantheon before it closes down for good. The green-haired doll leans forward, looking towards the upper layers. A staggering number of entropics await at the tunnels ahead, screeching as they launch attacks at the group. We're about 30 seconds out, Angelus. We need all these entropics blocking the door out of our way. Understood. Receiving the command, the Sanctifier immediately leaps off the corner of the platform, her mechanical wings extending mid-air as she spirals upwards in the operant form passage. Countless arrows of light appear beside her, remaining still for a moment upon the bowstring before they speed towards her target. She cares not for the explosions behind her. Knocking, drawing, losing, repeating the same simple motion. She removes the obstacles in but a few seconds. You know what? Like, I called this a Sanctifier bedroom, but like, I'm not even sure you can even call it a bedroom. It's more like a charging station. It's like they have like actual dorms at the Oasis, but that's only because like the commander treats the dolls like actual humans. The Sanctifiers would be a lot more mechanical, so it's like they would have personal bedrooms if they have like a high ranking, but those personal bedrooms wouldn't have much in it though. They just like got a monitor, it's got a charging station, and that's probably about it. As the smoke from the explosion dissipates, the enemies are nowhere to be seen. Only the dozens of golden arrows embedded in the wall remain. Good work, Angelus. Hey, Antonina, how are you going to decelerate later? The physical way. Watch your tongue, yeah? That smile, wait! The sensation of inertia strikes again, pushing the two through the closing door together. Angela's shield makes it in time to stop the two from having an intimate encounter with the floor. I would prefer not to have to go through that again. When we get back, I'm gonna file an official complaint. Get that, Antonina? Antonina? Even calling her name does not elicit a response. Ever since the group had entered the Pantheon, the doll's gaze had been glued to the light in its center. That's the Sanctifier's sacred canon, huh? Yes, a tome of unthinkable value containing all information related to Sanctifiers. The information of every Sanctifier, past and present, is contained within. Not only that, it also keeps the entirety of Reverse Babylon Tower in good working order. It would be no exaggeration to say that it is our most important possession. Yeah, I can understand how important it is. This familiar feeling, guess what? Look out! The doll is tackled to the ground before she can even begin to react. A projectile of operants penetrates the wall behind her, leaving a clean hole where she stood just a moment ago. Even if she tried to avoid it, I'm pretty confident that would have worked. Did you do something, Big Sis Angelus? Without waiting for an answer, Eucharist finds the answer she's been looking for in the flowing operants. Ah, so that's what it was. You left a shield for them. No wonder the attack started deviating when it got close. You do indeed have the right to face me, having taken care of all the entrops in this tower. But do you still have the strength to fight me, Big Sis Angelus? The Greater Sanctifier ignores the malignant mockery, calling her weapon to her side. You two, take care of yourselves. I might not have the opportunity to watch over you later. Yeah, you do your thing. I'll run analysis in the Sacred Canon while you're at it, and try to get its ownership transferred over. Your human permissions, Professor. Yeah, got it. Any other instructions or requests before we begin? I don't think so, just like before. They extend a fist, lightly touching Angela's shoulder. Show me the glory of the Sanctifiers, Angelus. Of course, I shall display it in its entirety, for both you and them. The Greater Sanctifier's mechanical wings spread, as she grips the weapon in her hand tight, honoring her agreement and duty. I shall bring us victory, as agreed upon. Done with the theatrics. She forms a golden arrow in her hands, resolutely directing it at her former sister. Well, this is rather proper, no? Ever since I left the reverse Babylon Tower, I've waited this day. Her fork and shield crash together in her hands. The dull metal humming spreads through the vast pantheon, akin to the clarion call before battle is engaged. Remember this, big sis? Every time we sparred, we would use the cessation of the sound as a signal to start. This will be the last time. Indeed. Will you please not bore me, big sis Angelus? The humming ceases as the two speak. In the very next moment, the scene of carnage shatters whatever happens left in the past. Golden arrows falls like rain upon Eucharist. She runs and leaps, blocking with her shield as she evades. Yo, I gotta, like, admire the CG here, man. You know, there's something funny about, like, how archers in fictional media are always shown, like, in melee range. When, like, that's absolutely, like, not where they would be. However, in a one-on-one fight, it's kind of hard for them to, like, not be in melee range. Ever so far in green distance like before. Ha! After evading the rain of arrows with several tumbles, operants coalesce on her weapon. Here! In a split second, the fork in Eucharist's hand flies against the rain of arrows, aimed right between Angela's eyes. Her shields haven't been transferred. Angelus can only evade with a turn to the side, the outpouring of arrows having given pause. It's not over yet! Taking advantage of the lull, Eucharist flies towards Angelus alongside her weapon, priming an operant-enhanced flying kick. Angelus blocks the strike with her bow, letting loose a fully drawn shot in the nick of time. Eucharist blocks it with her shield, using the opportunity to pull back. In a flash, both launch attacks at the other's weapon-wielding hand, but neither can find a gap in their opponent's defense. Nice one, big sis. That shot was quite interesting. Eucharist pulls her fork out of the wall, nonchalantly panning away the dust on her clothing. How did you know I would fire that shot? That should have been a visual dead zone. Angelus returns her fallen, scattered arrows to operants before retrieving them and knocking an arrow once more. Perhaps I just understood you too well. I know even things you cannot conceive of. Without trickery. She loses her arrows again, signaling the start of round 2. So that's what a fight between creator sanctifiers looks like. Scary. Take care not to get caught up in it. We have a job to do. The green-haired doll links her computer to the sacred cannon. Countless pop-ups appear, and she dismisses them swiftly. How goes the analysis? There's more data in the sacred cannon than I imagined. More importantly, Antonia bites down on her lower lip, speeding up her operations on the keyboard. An irreversible improvisation program has already been implanted. Damn it! The bastard Esphorus is determined on improvising the entirety of the first Babylon Tower. Anything we can do about it? I'm using your permissions to do what I can, but I cannot stop the improvisation program. Judging from the state of things, all I can do is transfer the non-improvised parts. The already improvised parts is unsalvageable. So you mean many of the sanctifiers in the field are already bound to the fate of being improvised? The doll nods, her answer taking the form of silent anger. Calm down, Antonia. Do what you can first. I need to relay the situation here to Hesperus. I'll leave the data transfer to you. Yes. An operant-induced explosion interrupts the duel. As clingy as always, big sis Angelus. She emerges from the smoke, rushing towards Angelus with her shieldless cover. Arrow after arrow explode upon the shield, but it does little to stop Eucharist's rapid advance. Angelus immediately changes her strategy, instead of launching a series of explosive arrows in Eucharist's path. The explosions create great craters in the ground, forcibly halting Eucharist's steps. Sanctifiers can fly, you know. Eucharist leaps high into the air, using the ceiling as a launch pad, and rushing forward with her weapon. Checkmate. Huh? Eucharist's body suddenly halts in midair. Before she realizes something is off, she is already surrounded by countless golden arrows. Winded. Her surprise is interrupted by the countless explosions. Her body is ejected from the cloud of smoke, like a stray piece of fabric slamming into the building walls. Ow. She moves to get up, only to find a blinding golden arrow in her face. You've lost, Eucharist. Do you mean to have me surrender, Big Sis Angelus? You have no other option. It really is a pain to fight you, Big Sis Angelus. Can't have either a good fight or a chat. I didn't expect you to hide so many explosive arrows on the outside of the Pantheon, so those explosions at my feet weren't only to restrict my movements. I made preparations while clearing out the entropics earlier. Thank goodness for the Professor's preparations. The Professor? The loser looks over at the two working on the sacred cannon, letting go of the weapon in her hand. By the way, isn't it a bit against the rules to pre-place those arrows? Doesn't that go against your sanctifier brand of glory and honor? This is not a contest, but a battle for the future of the sanctifiers and Magresi itself. I cannot lose this battle, lest the honor of the sanctifiers be tarnished. She only received on some pathetic mockery in return. Honor? Ha! Honor? Do you really not see things for what they are still? I would not be charmed by you into forgetting my duty as a sanctifier. Duty? Ha ha ha! Eucharist's laughter echoes through the Pantheon. I've given you the time, but you really haven't gotten it at all, Big Sis Angelus. What are you talking about? It's related to your nature, of course. The second shot I prepared for you. I've given you a chance to surrender too, but you've only used it to mutter nonsense. Golden operants coalesce around the arrow's tip, signifying the battle's end. Hold on just a second. You can't just hurry these things, Big Sis Angelus. I'm more useful to you alive than dead. Realizing that there was little left in the way of patience for the person in front of her, Eucharist switches her focus to the busy-at-work green-haired doll. Lil Anna, you can hear me, right? Why don't you have a guess at whose permissions it would take to stop the improvisation? What are you after? Don't be so nervous. I want to help you. Esphorus told me to watch over it, but the truth be told, I don't give a damn. A story with an ending so far set in stone is far too boring. Do allow me to make it a bit more interesting. Eucharist snaps her fingers, and a key shining with golden light slowly ascends beside Antonina. My sanctifier permissions. There's no trap or anything. You can check if you'd like. Not like I particularly care for my identity as a sanctifier. Antonina inspects the key with some suspicion, making sure it is safe. It's safe. We can stop the improvisation with these permissions. See? I wasn't lying. Now, the already infected parts of the sacred cannon can be reverse engineered and restored. I need time. The flames of hope lights in Antonina's eyes, and she turns back to the decryption of the sacred cannon. Suddenly, as she had been witness to some shocking truth, Antonina's hands on her keyboard stops in their tracks. Angelus. Oh, have you found something, little Anna? Antonina takes a meaningful look at Angelus and Eucharist still engaged in their struggle, immediately turning back. Nothing. Hey. What do you want, Eucharist? Just to chat for a little bit with the Big Sis Angelus. You better keep me safe and sound. If I were to die, those permissions won't work anymore. And the rest of the sacred cannon would go boom! And be on their merry way to be infected. That doesn't sound too bad. That doesn't sound so bad. Angelus remains poised with her weapon, unrelenting in contrast with the jovial Eucharist. Well, I want to have more relaxed conversation, but this will do. Big Sis, you've always wanted to know about the relationship between you and Electra, right? Just why are you two so similar, and why a familiar feeling arises whenever something about Electra comes up. How did you know of that? Because I'm the same way, Big Sis. From the very beginning, I've been your little sister. Even when you were Electra. I like how the game just tells me date modify whenever the server time resets. Most other games I play don't do that. Sad thing is that we cannot possibly replicate their personalities. nor can the glory of the Sanctifiers ever be ours. We are destined to be second-rate imitations. Fakers. Do you know why? I'm sure you guessed already, because you know what happened to Electra and Alkyl. Ah, there it is. There it is. So remember, Electra used to be the lazy one, and Alkyl was the hardworking one, but now it's reversed. Now Alkyl's a lazy one, and Electra's a hardworking one. They bravely chose to sacrifice themselves after being entropized. Ah, the entropized sacred canon ought to have been deleted, but Esphyrus held onto it. Because he missed Electra and Alkyl so much, he created us with their corrupted data. Our sacred canons had never been touched by the Lord's grace. We are not sanctifiers. A pained sentiment bleeds out of Eucharist's mad eyes, only appearing to enhance Eucharist's enjoyment. Big Sis Angelus, that is the second shot, after the revelation that God doesn't exist. You were never a sanctifier, Big Sis. Just like me, you were always a modified entropic. Shut up! Shut up! Glowing with golden light, the sanctifier yells for her to stop, but the buried truth has already been spoken out loud. Your hands are trembling, Big Sis. If you don't believe me, you can ask our creator. Oh, my sweet little Anna, what did you see that made you make that face at Angelus? You thought that Angelus' sacred canon was infected and wanted to restore it, only to find that it was rooted in her neurocloud, in her very nature. Angelus, don't be tricked by her. Heh, I see you're not denying it. Angelus, don't forget that you're a sanctifier. The various gazes fixate on Angelus threaten to consume her. Her breathing becomes heavy, as blaring neural overload warnings ring in her ears. Ah, I've always wanted to see his expression on your face, the mixture of despair and disbelief. Don't worry, Big Sis. I struggled to accept this reality in the very beginning as well. Eucharist reaches out, malevolent purple energies around her fingertips. Believe me, you'll be used to it soon enough. A purple tentacle extends from Eucharist's discarded shield, wrapping itself around Angelus' bow-holding hand. Sleep well, Big Sis. As Eucharist speaks, a huge amount of information surges into Angelus' neurocloud, and she falls to the ground unconscious. You shouldn't have shielded them, Big Sis, or this wouldn't have worked at all. Angelus! Eucharist, what did you do to her? What a tiresome, overzealous line. Please, this isn't a game. Do you think I'm obligated to answer your questions? She hums a tune, walking towards the explosion-damaged side of the wall, before the Professor and Antonia's alert eyes. With only a light knock, the perforated wall crumbles and falls, displaying the scenery outside. Not far away in mid-air, the battle between a dragon and star continues. Oh, they're still at it. Looks like it's getting to the good part over on Esphyrus' side, too. Heh, it would be a bit of a waste to partake of the most delicious dessert on an empty stomach. Let's start with some appetizers. Eucharist raises her fork, pointing it at Antonina and the Professor, still busy at work with the analysis. Let's see if you can entertain me sufficiently without Big Sis to protect you. Alright, this is definitely scripted. Alright, so they obviously want me to use like a fucking like a... They want me to use like a freaking dodge team or whatever, but I don't think I'll have to. I don't believe I will have to do that, so... Since this is scripted, this should be easy enough, honestly. There's also only 2 layers, so it's not that deep. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely taking that route. I'm taking the easiest path I can. It has that cube thing in here that like does indiscriminate damage to everybody. So like they definitely want me to like use like a dodge team, but I'm over level for this, so like it shouldn't matter. 1, 2, 3. Alright, cool. I can enter whatever room I want. So might as well just keep on doing the anomaly bullshit. Because like that's what I was gonna do anyway. Doesn't look like I'm fine, Kana, so I guess we should be fine. This does make me wonder if, like, Angelus does actually count as an entropic or not. But however, like, Eucharist did say that they were modified from, like, the base layer of the entropics. So even if they're modified from the eutropic, they should still count as like an unaltered they should still count like as an unaltered like sanctifier, like even then. At least that's what I'm thinking. I guess the whole like choose whatever. Oh, when it says choose whatever, it means choose whatever's on the vertical line, not horizontal line. I misread that. I misunderstood. I was thinking that like it would let me just pick like the final room, like if I wanted to. I mean, this is good too, honestly. This is also good. Try blowing it up. Oh yeah, I remember that one. If I have a key, then I can get like all the shit inside. I remember that. I forget what Murderous Advance is, so like I'm just gonna go and grab it. I forget what it does though. What does this do? Oh shit, she fucking died. Ah, that's what it does. That's probably useful to me. Yeah, that's useful. Alright, this time I'm not gonna like take the stupid chance of getting that negative protocol. I hurt myself too much last time doing that. We should be fine. Even though like Darkstar Hubble's like almost it is fuck. Fuck. It is Kana. Oh shit. Okay, no. Now I'm kind of screwed now. We possibly have a problem here. Okay, good. I was able to brute force it because this is a scripted fight. Because last time I tried to do the Kana fight, I got my ass wrecked. But it also was not a scripted fight though. It was just a regular dungeon. This time wasn't so bad. The battle pass is almost over. Thanks, Nanika. The server time reset so I can go and buy my stuff. That's the daily free package. That daily free package is like, it's like always like affection items, like 90% of the time. And then like if I get lucky, sometimes it might be quartz sand, but usually it's just affection items. I already grabbed like all of my free Angelus fragments from like the event, so the only thing that's left to grab is like the salmon fragments. Yeah, there wasn't that many free Angelus fragments in the first place. I already gave Angelus like enough affection items to get her to like level 6, and technically like that's just the bare minimum you need anyway. But like, you know, it's like I'm gonna just keep on getting everyone to like affection 15 because I can, and there might be like an Alma inscriptor for them in the future. It's nice to like just be prepared basically for that. It's like I'm getting the intimacy affection level 15, like less for the Alma Inscriptas and more for like the wedding dress skins. That's like the real reason why I'm doing it. All right. I just want to get Jongyu to like level 2 Alma Inscripta, and like I'll probably be satisfied with that. It's like I kind of want to get like Willow's Alma Inscripta 3, but like I know it's not really necessary, and I'm running pretty low on like Alma Inscripta cores anyway, so I'll be happy with what I got. And I do need to get Alma Inscripta level 1 for Nascita. She's not at affection 15 right now. Oh wait, no, you don't have to be affection 15 for that. You just gotta be 4 stars. Affection 15 only matters for oathing. That's the only thing it matters. Alright, cool. There's all my fragments for the day. How much do I need for Jongyu's level 2? You need 60 just for level 2. Oh, that's level 3. I need 40. I need 40 level 2. Okay, that's a little bit better. Oh, shit. This means I do kind of want to get level 3 then. I thought this was level 2, because level 3 is the one that revived. I thought level 2 had that. Oh, that's balls. That's literally like all of my fucking fragments. Ah, that sucks. But I really want to get it though. I really want to get it. That means I need at least 100 just to unlock level 3. But, like, that's also, like, not including the level up process to even get to level 3. So, I'm gonna need, like, 150, probably. Yeah, I'm gonna need, like, 150. It's gonna take me a little bit to get there. It'll take a while. It looks like I have a lot of experience, like, held up, but then, like, every time a new character comes out, I use almost all of it instantly. The amount of experience you need to get from, like, 60 to 70 is, like, pretty staggering. Kind of disappointed to see Centaurosi use her assault rifle again, her G36 and GFL2. I kind of like seeing, like, this dagger side of her. It reminds me a lot of Toho. And then, like, there's no daily missions for this. It's really just the minigame part. So, like, I just get to that whenever I get to it. The dailies in this game really do take, like, almost no time to do. Like, I could almost get all my dailies done in, like, a minute. It really is, like, no time. What else is there left? Collective Oasis, resources, algorithm, factory order. Yeah, like, I'll definitely do all that. Like, there it is. And there it is. There's all my dailies. Pretty quick and easy. And then the rest of these technically only really give me, like, professor experience. But then I'm already maxed out, so it gives me more, like, fucking daily experience, which I don't need. I'm already also done on the weekly experience. So doing any more daily missions, like, literally does nothing for me. Your professor experience in this game doesn't actually mean anything. Because, like, it's really quick to get to level 30. And level 30 is the max. In Girls Frontline, like, I'm level, like, 221, and, like, I'm still, like, gaining levels. But, like, at that point, Commander Experience, like, doesn't really mean anything. The only thing Commander Experience does for me is, like, increase my soft cap for, like, resources, but I don't need, like, a soft cap, like, increase, though. A soft cap increase wouldn't really help that because I'm already, like, past it anyway. So the only thing that's left is for me to get to the hard cap. Why is there a clock on this? Why is there a clock on here? Oh, I have a 150 key thing. Huh, I don't know where I got that from. Okay, so that's what the clock thing is. Okay. So whenever I need, like, a good, like, boost in stamina, I got it. I got 5 days suspended. The game does warn you when you're about to use it up, so you don't have to worry about, like, losing it or anything. Power level's 1000, so this is 100% scripted right here. Oh, it's got, like, that gray filter. This is like a flashback or some shit. Oh, no, wait. She's unconscious right now. So this is actually her neurocloud. Yeah, we're inside her fucking neurocloud. That's what it is. That's cool. Flashback. Plaza of Oaths. She thought she would wake in a silent darkness, but a completely different sight greets her when she opens her eyes. Oh, this is not a flashback. This is happening to her right now. Why? Why do I have to be stuck here? A familiar voice speaks her thoughts out loud. Angelus instinctively turns towards the source of the sound, only to find a familiar figure, much to her surprise. Eucharist. Her body moves before her thoughts do, creating distance, summoning her weapon, knocking an arrow, and drawing to full in one swift motion, aiming straight for Eucharist's head. She does not respond, only absentmindedly yawning. Only then does Angelus realize the presence of countless figures along with her past self by Eucharist's side. Oh, there's the Sanctifier mantra right there. We hone our blades in the darkness. We defend order in the face of chaos. We bear a light in the long nights. We must not abuse our power because we are strong, and neither can we abandon our responsibilities because we are weak. For we heed the revelations of God, and we act to carry out his will. Only through order can we glimpse the truth of revelation. The blessed must engrave the gods in their hearts, fulfill their will and seek. The image before her calls up past memories. This is our taking of oaths. Enjoy my memories, big sis. If you still can't really self-insert, how about I add a yellow filter for you for the occasion? Eucharist. The familiar voice comes from behind. Angelus immediately pivots, drawing her bow. Our battle isn't over yet. Let me out. Big sis Angelus, this is my neural space, and I'm just a projection. Attacking me would not accomplish anything. And because this is my neural space, all shall be as I desire. We have plenty of time to confide in each other. I am in no mood to waste time on you. How heartless, big sis. Unfortunately for you, you don't have a choice. Eucharist deftly avoids Angelus' attacks, and the space around them changes with a single gesture of hers. The ground sinks downwards, and the two enter eternal freefall. Just as Eucharist said, everything would be as she desired. Eucharist grabs into Angelus, forcing their two foreheads together. Hear my words and forget who you are. You and I were once one. From now on, you are Eucharist. Under the spell of her compulsive words, Angelus' red eyes begin to dim. I am Eucharist? Yes, you are Eucharist, who was so bewildered at the beginning and struggled to accept almost anything. You felt as if nothing was in its place, and that you did not belong here. The free fall ends suddenly, and the scenery changes to the Plaza of Oath. Mantras or oaths are all well and good. That is all they are. You do not feel any espouse faith or belief within. Perhaps the Lord's light has never graced you. Even as you think that, you feel another voice in your neurocloud, exclaiming in a firm, resolute voice. Aggressive. Oh, look at that. It's Alkyone. And you can see, like, Alkyone has, like, the arrows and shit. Aw. She's adorable. She is adorable. The clearer the voice becomes, the more anxious and debilitated you feel. You know who the voice belongs to, because you dreamt of her countless times. Her and that most important memory of hers. Assault on Tartarus, Electra, Atlas, Eos. And that name that was never yours, Alkyone. Repeated over and over again, as if intended to force those foreign memories and beliefs onto you. The voice wasn't alone either. All of those beside you seemed to think that those lofty beliefs and committing self-sacrifice in their name was the norm. In another snap of the finger, the two moved from the Twilight Acropolis to the fiercely contested front line. Sanctifiers rushed towards the entropic horde, far greater than them in number, and fall one after another. The gap left in the line is soon filled by another Sanctifier. Not far behind them is Eucharist, fighting with her hardly honed techniques. You never understood why everyone did as they chose to. Why fight? Why die? But everyone does so. It must be the right thing to do. Thinking such thoughts, you follow him into the battlefield, entering the fray with the Entropics. Until... With a shrill cry, a Sanctifier's core is entropized by an attack. Two Sanctifiers beside it mourn, and pray before purging the now resigned Sanctifier, the latter's eyes closed. At this sight, you do not feel sadness, neither admiration or recognition. Only one word befits the scene. Laughable. Yes, what could be more fitting than laughable? Giving oneself for the greater good, dying in the name of the Sanctifiers. What is the meaning of that? Why give your life for something you have never once seen, never once comprehended? Why do they think of sacrifice as something sacred? Why do they call out Alkion's name, in the hopes that you would follow her footsteps? All that sacrifice means is adding another name to the steel. She caresses Alkion's inscribed name, smiling bitterly. You feel empty inside, and wish to look for the source of this sudden feeling, to write down the answer for yourself. I got a little carried away. Looks like I really did have a lot I wanted to tell you, Ixis Angelus. Eucharist turns around without waiting for an answer. She holds the gold-haired Sanctifier already lost, caught up in her form. Oops, forgot that you're already Eucharist. Go, experience the spirit that I once did. Prove that I have chosen to be right. Darkness returned once more. Eucharist lets go, watching as Angelus falls into the endless abyss. After wading into the depths of despair a few times, anyone would become a monster like me. Oh shit! It was Angelus, but like now it's Eucharist because like she became Eucharist. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Also, my mouse is dying. My mouse gave me like a little notification. So give me just a second. I'm just gonna put that there. It's the same thing as going AFK. I'll be right back. Alright, there we go. I actually thought about if I was gonna get food, but I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry right now. Like, I literally, like, just had something, like, right before the stream started. I've fallen into an endless abyss, where my sense of time, space, and even my own neurocloud have become hazy and vague. My name is Eucharist. Obtain the protocol blasphemy, and begin with 5 stacks of confusion. What are the sanctifiers? What am I? Blasphemy. How meaningless. What does blasphemy matter if it can sweep away my confusion? You have 5 stacks of confusion. What am I? What am I? What am I? Wow, that's considered neutral. Kind of weird that, like, one of this is blocked off. Eucharist opens the door to the Pantheon. After a thorough sweep, she was sure that she was the only person in the vast space. Go ahead and just max that out. No need for a fight at all. Oh, I hit the wrong button. There it is. Oh, shit. Okay. I think I'm good. I feel like another Z is coming, but, like, it's not coming out now. I think I'm good. Alright, now I think I'm good. Never imagined it would be this easy to find the Pantheon. All of my stressing before was unnecessary. But why is no one standing guard? Are all the guards away on ceremony? It was the first time she ventured into the Pantheon alone. The great building is not completely silent, but it is a far cry from the raucousness of the ceremony. Whatever, no point in thinking about it. I gotta change my hotkeys. Really. Okay. A Grey Sanctifier shakes her head, discarding the redundant thoughts. She looks towards the middle of the Pantheon. The truth she hungered after so much rested in the air not far away. Emitting a dim light as if extending an invitation to her, an intruder as she might be. Alright, next. Eucharist had no amazing coding capabilities, only permissions to simply search beyond what her rank is capable of. All she could do was connect to the Sacred Canon with the Neurocloud and seek answers to her questions with what searching she can do. Answer me, Sacred Canon. What is a Sanctifier? What exactly am I? Nothing happened. Nothing changed as a result of her questioning. She was still alone with the spacious Pantheon. Weird. Is this thing broken? Hey, anyone home? Slightly dissatisfied, she tapped at the back of the Sacred Canon, attempting some type of repair. In the next moment, the world changes before her eyes. The empty Pantheon is soon replaced by a battlefield of carnage and slaughter. Hang on, that's not the response I wanted. Why bring me here? A voice akin to her own comes from behind Eucharist. She turns around to see a battle between sisters, reenacted as if she was in a nightmare. Error on judgment. Don't disappoint me, big sis Alkion. You know what? I totally forgot about Entropi's Electra. I forgot about that. Yeah, Electra got Entropi's first. Right. The clash between the two continues as Eucharist minds her own business, yawning out of boredom. Is this one of your bad jokes, Sacred Cannon? I am simply telling you the truth you so crave, Miss Eucharist. A golden cannon descends beside Eucharist as the voice speaks. Oh? So you do have a mind of your own. How should I refer to you? I have no name. For the sake of convenience, you may call me Cannon. Cannon it is. Can you explain why you brought me here? Your memories have been dissected by another and are not whole. I am telling you the truth. Look, the battle's coming to an end. As the Cannon had described, the battle between the two reaches climax. She yawns as she watches the sisters embrace. This very scenario has appeared in her neurocloud far too many times already, and those emotions, not originally hers, were gradually dulled. At this moment, a mechanical warning rings out. Warning, individual electrons entropization rate 99%. Warning, individual alkyls entropization rate 99%. Corresponding Sacred Cannon entries are almost fully entropized. Please delete the data at the student's convenience, lest the database be affected. 99%? If that's the case, it'd be more accurate to call them entropics and sanctifiers. Cannon, you sure these numbers are alright? They are. These are the true figures I have recorded. If that is so. Before she reaches the answer in her ruminations, the battle ends before her eyes in mutual destruction. Thus ends our viewing session. It is time you return to reality, Miss Eucharist. Wait! Eucharist finds herself in the Pantheon once more. When she opened her eyes, yelling indignities and applying concussive force, no matter what she gave, the Sacred Cannon in her hands had nothing more to give in return. There are ambiguous portions of my memory, places where I hear words that are not mine, repeated over and over again. These endlessly repeating segments make me disgusted. Confusion -1. It really is infuriating. Huh? Are you talking about me? You're talking about me. You aren't talking about me, are you? No, I wanted to say that the sacred. These remaining monsters really are infuriating. Misspeaking, Eucharist can only change the topic. She throws the weapon in her hand, impaling the monster in front of her in one operant hand strike. As expected of a greater sanctifier, displaying such efficiency with only a few forays into the field. Tell me, Eucharist, have you felt the great weight of the sanctifier's duty pulling upon the strings of your neurocloud in combat? Unfortunately, what you speak of does not exist. To me, I am simply doing as I am moved. Eucharist recalls her weapon, flicking away the foul liquids upon her fork. If I were to be accurate, what I feel can only be described as disgust. She looks at the remains of a lesser sanctifier by her feet that she had been trying to ignore. Defeat here means death, right? That is not death, but hallowed sacrifice in the course of carrying out the sanctifier's duty. What difference is there between death and sacrifice? He's just grasping at straws for a euphemism. It appears you do not understand the nobility that lies in protecting others. Put in some more effort, Eucharist. If things continue as you are, your older sister is going to leave you behind. She looks in the direction as Raven indicates. As Raven has exclaimed, Angelus is in the middle of the havoc, engaging the main force in the entropic foe. Vicious liquid, disturbed by the exploding arrow, is contact with her face. Angelus only nonchalantly wipes at it with the back of her hand, rushing towards the enemy with bow in hand. Why fight so hard, Nixus? Isn't it dangerous to do that? It's all just work. Why not just put in the minimum and get by? No. How could you call it just work? This is our duty, our divine burden bestowed upon us since our very births. Raven closes her eyes, placing a balled fist to her chest. You aren't going to recite that oath again, are you? I am. This is something of utmost importance to us sanctifiers. We hone our blades in the darkness. We defend order in the face of chaos. We bear a light in the long nights. We must not abuse our power because we are strong, and neither can we abandon our responsibilities because we are weak. She pauses intentionally, giving her companion next to her an expectant look. As Raven's burning gaze drills into her, Eucharist can only follow along. For we heed the commandments of God, and we act out to carry out his will. Wrong! Revelations, not commandments. For we heed the revelations of God, and we act to carry out his will. Got that, Eucharist? What's the difference between the two anyway? Whatever. I remember with a few more goes. Good, so long as you remember. In any case, I will leave the remaining entropics in the back to you. I shall reinforce Angus at the front. Do not forget your duty as a sanctifier. Without waiting for a response, Raven flies off towards the front lines not far away. What a silly musclehead. Is there really a need for stuff like that? She didn't necessarily think that what she said was wrong. She simply had an aversion towards those ideas for reasons she did not know. Whatever, I'll ask her after the battle's over. She sighs helplessly, continuing with the cleanup at hand. She never thought that she would never have the opportunity to clear up her doubts again. Raven, as a greater sanctifier, you have fulfilled a sanctifier's duty well. Your sacrifice will not go wasted. In the near future, you shall be reborn from the sacred canon in a new form. His declarations complete, he lightly caresses Raven's forehead, closing the eyes of she who passed upon the battlefield. We hone our blades in the darkness. We defend order in the face of the chaos. We bear a light in the long nights. We must not abuse our power because we are strong. Neither can we abandon our responsibilities because we are weak. For we heed the revelations of God, and we act to carry out his will. The group disperses after the ceremony, leaving only Eucharist within the Pantheon. Raven's body is gradually consumed by the sacred canon's white light. As Esphira said, she would be reincarnated in the near future. She would lose her memories and fall in the field once more, repeating an inseparable cycle. What's Sanctifier's duty? What does it mean if you just go and die? How stupid all of this is. Tell me, Canon, did Alcyone and Electra go through the same process here back then? Never mind, if you don't feel like talking about it. Done with the topic, Eucharist turns around to leave, only to suddenly find her standing ahead. Why show me Alcyone again, Canon? That is not Alcyone, Miss Eucharist. The heretofore silent Canon speaks. That is your own face. Eh? Mine. She inspects the visage of the person before her once again. Why am I laughing? Alcyone. The sanctifier called Alcyone. She was my past self, and if those were her last moments, then they were truly lame. Functions no longer sustainable. Core entropized. Requesting purification. Greater Sanctifier Eucharist granting request. The girl puts her fist to her chest, praying as Esphira did back then. But we heed the revelations of God, and we carry out his will. I got it right this time, Raven. Her chant finished, she thrust a fork into her Lesser Sanctifier's core. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Huh, do they actually have lines? What's here to get thanks for? I'm killing you, taking away your life. Thank you. The Lesser Sanctifier's neural systems are no longer sufficient to sustain a conversation with Eucharist. It can only express its gratitude for its execution, as its orders would have it do. Chip. The girl twists the weapon in her hand, silencing the thanks that was in truth nothing but a curse. What am I doing, really? Eucharist pulls back her weapon, surveying her surroundings. Eucharist was assigned to clean up behind the front lines of Ascension. Not long ago, she had engaged in tropics here with Angela. Multi-Life Glow Web trademark transport system for human medical and medical research purposes. Man, I'm surprised I was able to read that last part because it was kind of small. It was super duper small. I'm surprised I was able to read it fully. requested purification. Infected. They might have claimed victory, but the lesser sanctifiers under her leadership fall one by one before the monster's attacks. Former comrades litter the ground around her, infected by entropy, begging for death with their final breaths. What a pain, eh? Even the person who spoke those words felt as if it was all abnormal. This ought to be a sad, holy affair. Why does she feel so frustrated? She shakes her head, trying to deny this emotion that should never have been felt in a nerve cloud. You are no executioner, Eucharist. What you're doing is not slaughter. You are bestowing upon them the most divine blessing. Heh. Who's there? She throws her weapons at the source of the laughter. Her operant-empowered fork easily penetrates her target's core. Thank you. Did I mess up? No, wait. The muttered gratitudes around her only persist for a few seconds before returning to that laughing she so loathed. Thank you. Shut up, shut up, shut up. She flares at the source of the laughter with her weapon. After returning to her senses and stopping her hand, there is nothing left around her save for the piles of operand ravaged remains. And the unceasing laughter coming from her very own mouth. She was a friend who was arguing with me before the battle started, but I learned of her passing after the battle ended. To me, her death was truly lamentable. Are you a sanctifier who saved us? Oh, she's gonna die. Oh. Oh no, she's gonna die. Oh, that's kind of sad. She wipes away the remnant entropic fluid from the carnage, putting on a fake smile again. Yes, I am. Did you need something from me? I just wanted to express my thanks. It's thanks to your help that we're all right and the sector can go back to working like it did before. I knew the sanctifiers could easily beat up those monsters. She stops herself from asking if this pathetic being she just protected has seen the mountain of corpses behind her. Perhaps in the eyes of the little agent, only humanoids like her were worthy of being considered life. No matter how many lesser sanctifiers fall, they're still no more than broken machines. At this thought, a burning resentment ignites deep within her. I see, so long as you are safe. Yes, thank you very much for your help. Here, this is for you. What's this? A confectionery named Chocolate. My friend got it from Burbank. Oh, so this is how Eucharist got her chocolate addiction. She gave me 2 pieces. This piece is for you. I hope you like it. Thank you. The ingestion of food is a meaningless act for sanctifiers, but she could not bring herself to deny the expectant, smiling face before her. She peels apart the wrapper with her stained hands, chewing and swallowing while fighting back a particularly violent wave of nausea. It's sweet. Liar. Wow, this is something else. You only taste bitterness and blood. This food is called chocolate? It's delicious. You only taste bitterness and blood. If I get the chance, I'd much rather savor the taste of pain and despair on your face. Eh? Despair? What? Sorry, I didn't catch that. It's nothing. I must be too tired. Resisting the urge to snap the agent's neck, she smiles and pats her on the head. We will be here to protect you again next time. Yes, until I am dead. I ate the chocolate which smelled of gore and liquid entropy in order to protect the reputation of the sanctifiers and to get closer to the self in my memories. The chocolate tasted absolutely disgusting. Oh, shit. I was not expecting that, actually. Tell me, Canon, just who I am. Who am I? I've already given you the answer. You already have your own conclusions, but you reject them as you deem them far too ridiculous. I'm not in the mood to go around in circles with you. I'm only here for the truth. Your permission ends here. Any further action is a breach of boundaries. It would be in your future interest to leave before the guards patrol this area again. No need to worry about that. He spoke in a relaxed, casual tone. I took care of all of them, so our conversation wouldn't be interrupted. If you don't believe me, you can verify what I'm saying with those abilities of yours. It is anathema to kill your sanctifier kin, Eucharist. You would be subjugated to endless judgment. I'm not that stupid. Killing another sanctifier is a sin indeed, but bestowing upon them glorious sacrifice is not only no transgression, but something to be thankful for. Before doing anything, I already enterprised them. Yes, with my very own hands. Malevolent energies ebb around the ghost's fingertips. She sneers at the looks of the silent cannon, discarding her previous disguise. I think we could put an end to the act here, Lord Esphyrus. Or would you rather continue to speak to me via the cannon as a mouthpiece? A powerful presence footsteps can be heard behind Eucharist. She does not turn around, only smiling crookedly at the emptiness in the middle of the sacred cannon. I don't care for your plans, nor do I wish to know them, but you can count me in. Oh wait, I thought that was Esphyrus talking. But you can count me in. If I can make this boring world a little interesting, even my life is a small price to pay. Where is this? Why is everything all black? Electra? Are you here, Electra? Can you hear me? The girl sits up, yelling into the endless darkness. No one's here. She moves to get up and looks around, but she hears the sound of footsteps behind her. Electra? Is that you? She is greeted with the sight of another her. Another me? Good to meet you, Alkyl. I have seen you in the records in my dreams plenty of times, but it's the first time we've spoken face to face, right? Who are you? Why do I smell the entropic stench on you? Noticed already. My apologies. It appears I've gotten a little too excited. Eucharist only lightly taps her face, not intending to hide the mirth on her face at all, despite the hostile response. I suppose I am your replacement, currently perfectly executing my duties as a greater sanctifier. Ridiculous! How couldn't someone like you be a sanctifier? Yeah, you're right. How could I be a sanctifier? That is why you are here, Alkyl. The darkness around them begins to surge. Alkyl suddenly realizes that the darkness around her is a silt-like substance, moving as if it was alive. It wiggles towards her, painting her pure white garb its color. Damn it! She attempts to summon her weapon, only to find no purchase. Her hand comes into contact with the grime and begins to be swallowed bit by bit. No. The girl resists with all her might, but she is soon dragged down by a hand, extending from the muck. Without her powers, Alkyl is but a normal girl. She tries to peel away the grime in her body, with the most primal methods, but it is all for naught, as she sinks deeper and deeper. This sound of desperation is music to my ears. Do not worry, it will not take long for me to consume you. After all, I should be whole as a sanctifier. So any last words you'd like to say? Yeah. We hone our blaze in the darkness. We defend order in the face of chaos. We bear a light in the long nights. Cheh. We must not abuse our power because we are strong, and neither can we abandon our response because we are weak. That's all you have to say? Stupid till the end, and here I want to make it less painful. At her gesture, the black muck fully swallows the girl named Alkyl. She watches as a lone extended hand begging for help slowly sinks into the quoting depths of despair. And then... gulp. She swallows the being known as Alkyl's past in one mouthful, stamping her feet at the sheer deliciousness of this unsampled flavor. So despair had such an enchanting taste all along. No wonder you named me Eucharist, Esphyrus. You are petty. Shit, I gotta look that up. I legitimately need to look that up now. Eucharist. What is that? What's the second meaning for that? Because I'm actually unfamiliar with the original definition. Eucharist. Let's see. The Eucharist is a Christian sacrament that involves the sharing of bread and wine to remember Jesus Christ. It is also known as the Holy Communion, the Lord's Supper, the Mass, and Divine Liturgy. Ah! Okay, now it makes sense. Now I get it. Now I get it. Okay. All right. Yeah. No. Now I got. Now I have contents. Yeah. As if finished with dessert, she rises elegantly to her feet, walking towards the light. I hope you will be equally succulent when the time comes, big sis Angelus. From the beginning, I was always entropic, to destroy, to annihilate. That is my base layer logic. No wonder I was always down myself. In that case, I choose to be. Oh, this is different. A sanctifier, entropic, confusion -1. Obtain the protocol vial autopasty. Wait, does my choice here even matter? Does it even matter? I mean, like, the only time your choice here ever mattered was back in the Steins Gate collab when you were trying to find the true ending. That's the only time it mattered. But, like, that was a collab, though. As far as, like, the main campaign is concerned, like, this has never mattered. But, if it's gonna matter now, though, then, like, what would happen is that, like, I'll just get a game over, and then, like, I'll just have to do it again. I'll just have to do it again. But, like, that's funny, though. That's funny that, like, this is making me think on, like, whether or not, like, it matters or not. Oh. Hold up, I'm gonna look up something again. So, I just looked up Eucharist. I just looked up Eucharist just now. So Eucharist is basically like the meal, like the holy meal and shit. So that makes sense why Eucharist is gluttonous, I guess, because gluttony is like the opposite of Eucharist, I suppose, which is kind of cool. I'm about to look up something else. Let's see. All right, I got what I needed. So I assume that like if my choice did matter, I would pick Sanctifier because this is not Eucharist. This is actually Angelus right now. Right now, Angelus got kind of like brainwashed to think that she's Eucharist because right now we're in Eucharist's neurocloud, so she's projecting her memories onto Angelus. So Eucharist obviously chose Entropic, but Angelus would choose Sanctifier. There's also the fact that, like, this has a white background on it, so that's what Angelus would pick. But I'm not sure if I'm supposed to pick the one that Eucharist would pick, though. Vial Autopasty. Rather than adhering to the burden of beauty, choosing enjoyment bearer suits an entropic no. Each cast of an auto skill inflicts massive damage to all enemies in the field. Oh, that's it? Okay, well, like, now I gotta see, like, if the text changes. Yeah, I gotta see now. See, it was Angelus, and now it's Eucharist. Alright, so yeah, like the bottom part is like blocked off. I guess like the bottom part being blocked off is supposed to be like an allegory for something. I guess that's what that means. What happens if I choose Sanctifier? In the beginning, I was always entropic. I choose to be... Just kidding, of course I'm entropic. Oh, it doesn't. It does not. And here I was thinking that, like, it would matter. But it did not. It did not matter at all. Reverse Babylon Tower, Plaza of Oaths. That is why Eucharist betrayed the Sanctifiers. They only revealed the truth. The right to choose was forever in her hands. She chose to accept her real self and become an entropic. Sophistry and deception. A flame cloak slash travels through the air with a roar. Hesperus only retreats backwards, his face cold. This is not something that you should be concerned with, Hesperus. True dangers are really visible on the surface. When the reverse Babylon Tower falls fully under my control, such concerns of identity will no longer be important. When the sacred canon is fully entropized, redemption shall come for all of you. I will not allow that. Such things are not decided by you and I. Or rather, did you really think that I would let Professor Tetsamaru into the tower without prior preparations? Noise injects itself into Hesperus' auditory modules. He instinctively moves to remove it, but finds himself unwittingly dragged into the Sanctifier's communication channel. Does Hesperus speaks true? I struggle to believe it. Lady Angelus is an entropic? Should we still follow and fight for Lady Angelus? The Sanctifier leader pauses, realizing the gravity of the situation. Hesperus! You're quite late to notice. Allowing Tetsamaru to come into contact with the sacred canon and to explain the truth of Eucharist's situation, I did for the sake of one objective. He ascends to an easily visible location in the center of the battlefield, his unampered voice spreading to every corner of the field. Hear me, compatriots! Abandon your arms! What you have just heard is the complete truth, undeniable in its veracity. The sacred canon's entropization is irreversible. Tetsamaru's plan was doomed to fail from the very beginning. Even if you continue the battle here, you only delay the inevitable. I trust that such meaningless sacrifice is not something anyone desires to see. Some attacks signifying denial come from the Sanctifier ranks, but are easily blocked by Esfer's shields. Still set in your ways? Of course, we are not given the fight because of your words. A blade's glint strikes forth from the dead zone in Esfer's vision, yet it too fails to penetrate his shields. Judgment? I had thought you would be the first to stand by my side. A laughable notion. Sanctifier Esperus, in Judgment's name, I pronounce you guilty of treason against the Sanctifiers. Take this! The Greater Sanctifier swings their blade with all the operands they can bring to bear, attempting to shatter Esper's shield with one strike. I see. I may not be your superior, but I hope you remember this well. The weapon in Judgment's hand shatters the moment it comes into contact with Esper's shield. The former Sanctifier leader raises his head, undeniably authority in his golden eyes. The weak have no right to convict the strong. Damn it! What happened with punishment was a pity, but this topic is not one you are qualified to speak on. Return to where you belong. A meteor appears from Esra's fingertips, easily striking the Greater Sanctifier down to the ground. Yeah. Oh, you can still fight. I shall use you to plunge them into despair then. The Reaper up high gestures with his hand, on forth a meteor, embodying despair. No! Judgment stands up and puts up a defense, but his struggles are ever so minuscule with the absolute difference in power. In the very next moment, a great raw flame burns away the meteor. You would choose to try and stop me, even knowing you would fail? Of course. If that is so, then I should deliver all of you into despair. The look in his eyes grows colder. Being able to manipulate the sacred canon of Greater Sanctifiers means I can easily rewrite your canon as well. Adamant as you are in your ways, I shall leave entropization to strip away your remaining Sanctifier dignity. With a snap of his finger, entropic roaring spreads across the battlefield once more. Although this time, it would emanate from behind Hesperus. Reverse Babylon Tower Pantheon. Oh, yo, it looked different now. Oh yeah, no, this looks like shit. Using the shield left by Angelus, the Professor and Antonia struggle to fend off Eucharist. How's Angelus? No traces of her stirring. She's probably totally lost in Eucharist's neurospace. The best we can do is prioritize the sacred cannon and try to make our exit after making sure it isn't entropized. I know. There's about 1/5 left to deal with, in the affected cannon. Not getting serious at a time like this is dangerous, you know. Eucharist appears between the two, in their hiding spot, smiling from ear to ear. Aren't you good at scuttling around like a little bug, Professor? You used to be able to hang with Big Sis Angelus. You must not be feeling so good today. Could it be that your guard is down with little Anna at your side? You too, little Anna. I'll focus on the cannon with not a care in the world. It is really boring when I'm the only one taking this seriously. Let me help you wake up a little. Eucharist swings her weapon, forming a barrier in his path and bisecting the space. She looks at Antonina before her and the Professor. Alright, now it's 101. Stop praying over that program of yours and perk up. Aren't you asking for too much from a clerical worker? Alright, I'll give you a 3-second head start. 3, 2, 1. She opens her eyes again to find that the green-haired doll has not moved an inch. Time's up, you know. I did give you a chance. Yeah, we're dealing with corrupted angels. Oh, the allegory. I mean, like, to be fair, like, practically all the sanctifiers, like, they all have, like, names that, like, basically are very, like, religious in tone and shit. She raises her hand, summoning her shield and fork. It would be all too simple to take care of the end agent, and she thrusts her weapons directly at the figure in front of her. It goes straight through the doll, landing upon the opposite wall. The tan-haired sanctifier is disoriented for a second, but soon puts up an engrossed smile. Haha! You certainly repurposed my projection generator quickly. Impressive, I must say. As expected of little Anna, our creator, you sure are something else. Now let me have a guess. Just where are you hiding? Bro, I was not expecting, like, Antonina to actually be, like, this important. Like, in the grand scheme of things. Like, if Antonina is this important, this makes me think that she should be even more important in Girls Frontline 2. Like, I mean, obviously, like, Persicaria would be important, since, like, Persicaria is, like, a copy of Persica. But if Antonina has done so much, like, for, like, the Neurocloud, she should be, like, equally important in, like, the real world. Like, I feel like a high tier doll version of her in real life would be considered, like, you know, like a very smart AI or something. God, I want Antonina in GFL 2. So far, they've only been putting, like, fucking GFL 1 characters in GFL 2. And then maybe, like, a couple of new characters here and there. I'm still very pessimistic about the supposed PNC GFL 2 collab. I don't think it's really gonna amount to anything. Don't be so confident, little Anna. I may not have technology as refined as yours, but violence. Eucharist's shield leaves her hand, carving a perfect arc through the air and pulverizing every piece of cover in its way. It's often an effective method for solving puzzles. There you are. As the Pantheon shakes, Antonina's projection disappears. Eucharist stoops, picking up the destroyed projector from the remains of a shattered pillar. I've wanted to smash the Pantheon like this for quite some time now. Bless little Anna for giving me this chance. So, the search radius is greatly reduced. If little Anna was to deploy the projector, then hide in a little cubby in 3 seconds. Are you behind the bookshelf or that wall? Knock knock, anyone home? Antonina hides within the passage, turning her operational frequency down to a minimum. She rests her fingers on her keyboard, ready to deliver a deadly blow to Eucharist, who might try to destroy the passage at any moment. The footsteps gradually approach with a rhythmical pitter-patter as the hunter casually approaches her prey. Antonina silently estimates the distance between the two. 3, 2, 1. What? What arrives is not Eucharist's attacks, but the radiant light from the sacred cannon. On the other side of the barrier, the professor makes the last input on the terminal. All affected cannon entries per process. Improvisation program disarmed. I see how it is. You really had something up your sleeve, Professor. Never imagined you would have tech like little Anna. Alright, you win this game. Next is the intermission. You won't have to worry about any attacks from me. Eucharist closes her eyes and puts her hands up, displaying no intent to attack. Antonina carefully exits the hidden passage, patching into the cannon. Looks all good. Cannon improvisation rated 0%. The professor lets out a sigh of relief, but a strange uneasiness rises from within. The sound of Eucharist's laughter can be heard behind them. Naturally, I prepared a prize for the game's winners. Blood-curdling screeches and wailing come from the Plaza of Oaths. The professor and Antonina's face grow dark, and they look outside to find the door the color purple, perforating in the ranks beyond Hesperus. Holding fast to their ideals until a moment ago, the Sanctifier's expression turns to ones of immeasurable pain. Malignant purple vines sprout forth from their cords, extending across their bodies, sapping away their energy and will to fight. But why? The improvisation program is already disarmed. Something comes to Antonina's mind, and she makes a rapid series of inputs on her keyboard. The data on screen soon verifies her assumption. Some of the real data in the Sacred Cannon has been hidden away on purpose. Hesperus has already transferred the important parts of the cannon's data. The Sacred Cannon here was nothing but a bait. You finally realized. What do you think of this fine gift? Eucharist stretches, sitting down upon a spectacular viewing spot. Let it begin. This sonata mutation of improvisation. Alright. I could do challenge mode, but because the power level is 51,000, I'll just do that off screen. I just want to beat it for the sake of beating it. Ah, that's not the one I wanted. Oh well. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Let's see. What's the route that gives me the least amount of combat? Because I am lazy. I am lazy. Ah, Kluke. 416, you're OP in every game they put you in. I kind of like that 416 actually isn't even that good in GFL 1, but then like, for some reason, they had to make her insanely good in GFL 2 and PNC. But she's like average though in GFL 1. Or like, I guess I would say she's like above average in GFL 1. go ahead and just put 416 back inside. Back up here. Man, we were finding Antinora there. It's like, I remember Antinora from such a long time ago, but like, Kana seems like she appears like in almost every other event. Like, Kana is like the de facto like entropic boss, like we always fight. I don't know why. Like, I guess the devs really like Kana for some reason. Yeah, I know it's like Kana gets used all the time. Honestly, I really did like the story. I really did like the Jewatan sector story with like Darkstar Hubble and like with like the whole like space thing. And then the Hubble story / Darkstar Hubble story. I really did like that story. My only problem with that is that like it didn't really seem like it connected to the overall plot. Like the Jewatan sector, it felt more like just a Hubble story. Kind of like the same thing too with the Scars and Pigeons story. Like, the Scars and Pigeons story was like a Centaurosi story, like 2.0. It wasn't really, I don't know, like it wasn't really like anything like substantial. I mean, like, I like Centaurosi, don't get me wrong, but like she just, you know, Centaurosi was never really going to be that story relevant because like she's still. They're still doing the whole, like, she's looking for, like, her former master thing. So, like, that hasn't really changed at all. So, like, I can't really care about Centaurosi's personal story. And then, like, Centaurosi's personal story feels like even makes, like, less impact here. Because, like, we're in the cloud. It makes more sense, like, in GFL 2, at least, because they're in the real world again. But here, like, not so much. Like, the only reason Centarosi came to the Neurocloud was to find, like, more, like, data on, like, where her former master is, basically. That's the only reason why she's here. Because, like, she's not gonna find her master inside, you know, like, inside the cloud. But what she can find is maybe like where she went or something. That's what she can get. Reverse Babylon Tower, Pantheon. Damn it, if this continues, it'll only take a few minutes for all the sanctifiers on the field to come under their control. Antonina, how much of the sacred cannon is under Esferus control? More than less the same as the amount that's preserved here, about half the total. Can we trace the location of the Esferus half of the cannon from the data we have? I'm trying to, but I think we're too late. The improvisation has already taken place. Even if we can find it, there's nothing we can do. Antonina slams her keyboard, the unwillingness and powerlessness in her heart getting to her. Damn it! We were playing right into Esferus' hands all along. Antonina, you said you worked on the cloud networking safety, right? Yeah, but that isn't related to the business at hand. We can talk about it later. No, it's very much related. The professor continues. The networking safety project you worked on, the Sanctifier project, is our only hope. Sanctifier project? Yes, quick, Antonina. Have a look at the cannon's composition. Understood. Antonina quickly returns to inspecting the reverse Babylon Tower's data. Code scrolls rapidly on her terminal. A feeling of familiarity hits her once more, and she becomes certain that everything here is her work. An ID most familiar to her appears on the screen, and she can no longer hold in her surprise. All these Sanctifier code are iterations of mine. Exactly as I guessed. To ensure the network's absolute safety, of course you would hide some important keys on yourself. Why do you know all of this? An answer arises in the doll's mind the moment she asks the question. Antonina instinctively takes a glance at Eucharist as the latter plays about with an arrow, not realizing Antonina's display just then. Huh? What is it, little Anna? Nothing. Is that so? Go do what you will and struggle before you defeat them. When Big Sis wakes up, she will realize her mistakes and return to my side. Then I will have her end herself, so that you are both feel this tormented body and soul. A most delicious delight, no? Your personality really is off-putting. I could say the same. The emerald-haired doll sighs once more, focusing on the cone in front of her. Since you found the key already, can you try to connect to the reverse Babylon Tower and grab ownership of the rest of the cannon from Esperus? There's a chance. Let me try it. How is the improvisation progress on the reverse Babylon Tower? It's stabilizing for now. The program under Esperus' control is focused on improvising the Sanctifier cannon, so the corrosion on the other side has slowed down for now. At a cost, I can write a program to lock down the improvisation of the reverse Babylon Tower. The problem, however, is that we don't have time on our hands. Time is indeed what we need most right now. The professor looks back at the unconscious Angela. She wears a pained expression in her sleep, malevolent purple energies flickering in and out of existence around her. Can we wake up Angela somehow? If we were to link up to her neurocloud, we would probably be affected by Eucharist as well. Do you think that Eucharist said what would come true, Professor? I trust Angelus, but I know Eucharist's methods. Perhaps we could try to give her a push. Antonina, I'll leave you with stopping the improvisation of the remainder of the cannon and connecting to the tower. I will try to work on Angelus' cannon entry. Understood. I'll do my best. Huh. The professor looks towards the battlefield, doing as Eucharist did. Please, Hesperus, hold on. The reverse Babylon Tower sky grows gloomy under the entropy influence. The screeching and roaring continues on the battlefield. Only one man continues to fight in this bleak landscape. A stunning slash comes from Hesperus' back. He moves to release flames with a hand, but defends with the shield around him after a brief moment of hesitation. A great axe clashes against the shield, spawning sparks that ignite the attacker's face. Wake up, Reverence! Oh shit, Reverence! Hesperus is answered by yet another strike. With no other option available, he retreats backwards, attempting to bind his attacker with chains of operate. The two attacks intercept the chains just as they're about to connect, dashing them apart. Faith, love. Oh no! Oh no! This is bad. The two are in a state similar to Reverence. Hesperus accelerates the cannon's improvisation with another snap of his fingers, and the two raise their weapons with pained expressions against their former comrade. What? Not going to fight? The mastermind waits suspended in the air, mocking Hesperus as he weaves back and forth, evading the Sanctifier's attacks. There are no traces of improvisation on them. Their minds are obfuscated by the improvisation of the sacred cannon. As such, I have no reason to fight them. Still disguising your lack of awareness with such laughable excuses. He shakes his head, snapping his fingers yet again. Shall I help you along the road to enlightenment? Shut up. Releasing operants in the form of furious flames, he forces the three of them back. He leaps into the air, drawing his blade and preparing to strike at Hesperus. Hesperus fails to find his mark. An attack coming from his flank forces him to withdraw his blade and defend. Raven. The attacker flees apart the smoke, launching yet another attack. Hesperus raises a hand to defend, but another figure dashes into the fray, blocking the strike for him. Judgment. Lord Hesperus, allow me to handle this while I am still myself. Quickly, handle Hesperus. His visage tormented, Judgment holds up his blade with his remaining will. He urges again, seeing Hesperus still idle at his words. Please act quickly. Hesperus heals the unwillingness in his words, saying no more. He adjusts his stance, gathering operants around himself. The flames rush towards the heaven, ignite the night. Hesperus primes his blade, readying a mighty blow. Hesperus! The dragon's claw rends the earth, taking to the air amidst the flames. A blade pierces flesh, and the flames swallow the airspace suddenly stop. Gah! Just before he strikes, a jet-black blade runs through him from behind. He fights back the pain and looks down, identifying the blade's owner. Judgment. No, Hesperus. The moment they lock eyes, he realizes the truth. The pair of eyes he knew so well were no more. A strange, brutish being, now inhabiting Judgment's golden eyes. A cold voice, accompanied by a certain figure, appears in front of him. Do you see now, Hesperus? I may not be able to entropize them, but I can easily manipulate and disguise their state of mind with the help of the entropize cannon. It was only thanks to this that I was able to deceive you in such a manner. I seem to recall your wounds were not fully healed. The blade embedded in Hesperus applies greater force with a wave of the hand from Hesperus, tearing apart the Sanctifier's leader's innards. Hesperus is forced to cut through the blade with his own, retreating and creating distance. He pulls out the shard embedded in him. Operants coalesce into flames at his fingertips as he slowly caresses his abdominal wound. Ugh! When he raises his head again, he finds all of his former comrades standing behind Hesperus. You asked me what the Sanctifier's glory was, no? Allow me to answer you now. It is nothing more than a beautiful lie woven by our creators. They posit faith and sacrifice as consecrated things, deceiving Sanctifiers into giving their lives for a meaningless design. And now, the snap of the fingers is all it takes to shatter this lie and obliterate their long-held faith. You hold such faith in Angelus, but she will be the same. When she wakes, her innate instincts would drive her to abandon her compulsions and abandon the Sanctifiers like Eucharist has. A hint of melancholy creeps into Hesperus' voice. I fought once for this false happiness too. But you must learn to see reality, Hesperus. Your resistance is meaningless. Admit your failure. Life is not worth giving for a few lines of code. This resistance is not meaningless. If I were to fall here, all of those prior sacrifices would mean nothing. The hand on his stomach, he stands up with his blade in the ground as support, looking at the commemorative steel behind him. These familiar names have remained untouched by the smog and dust of the battlefield, as hard as ever. Continuing to fight for Magresi and protected together is nothing less than my duty. Still saying such feeble-minded things. Starlight slips between his fingers, leaving the stale behind Hesperus in two. The embodiment of Sanctifier's glory crumbles, falling behind Hesperus' lone silhouette. That steel behind you is no more than human malice, disguised as kindness. Our sacrifice and efforts were nothing to them. Even in the end, we are left to become procedurally inscribed names, to be abandoned and forgotten by men with time. No, you're wrong. I would not forget their names and what they represent. Flames rise behind him. This shall never be extinguished. It shall forever be inherited by the Sanctifiers who protect Magresi's tomorrow. It appears that your resistance will only cease when hope is truly gone. Eucharist. The number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Knock it off. It's time you got to work after all the play. Found it already. What a shame. I haven't rested enough for my taste. Should I deal with them then? Yes, they have no further value. Yeah, I got it. It really is a shame that Big Sis won't be able to taste this despair. Eucharist makes a show of her feigned sadness, but the weapon in her hands are ready long before. Give me a moment. Hesperus suddenly leaps forth, rushing towards the reverse Babylon Tower. Heyo, heyo! Welcome to the not Friday stream. I'm still counting this as Friday. The Sanctifier around Hesperus act quickly. A great sword and axe block his way, impeding the steps forward. Out of my way! He uses more efficient flames in place of his blade, stopping his attacker's movements. Escaping the blockade, Hesperus speeds up, enduring the pain, still putting a hand to his wound. He struggles to keep it from bursting as he flies at high velocity. Abandoned mission, Antonina. Get the professor and yourself away from there. But you shall not pass. Starlight descends from above, forming a great wall and blocking Hesperus' way. Hesperus draws his blade to cut it apart, but the Sanctifiers surround him again, now freed of their fiery shackles. Damn it! I will do everything to breach the defenses, you. As Hesperus makes ready to breach the barrier with his life on the line, a great operating explosion emerges from the tower. Hesperus stops in his tracks. Professor, it appears his victory is mine. As the explosion fades, Eucharis coughs as she tries to dispel the smoke with one hand. Still giving me trouble, even while asleep, big sis. Never thought you had more leftover arrows. That was certainly not expected. So that was your last one, right? She approaches a duel behind the shield with a nefarious smile. The sudden strike from behind Antonina indeed surprised her, but that was the extent of its capabilities. You have no more ways to stop me, right, little Anna? I had thought that attack could have stopped you for at least a moment. The doll's hand continues to move on her keyboard, even as she speaks. If you're looking for my cannon entry, you're better off giving up. I took it away from the cannon the moment I realized my true self, so I would never be controlled by anyone ever again. Tch. Alright, let's cut the chatter. Rest time's over, and Hesperus is going to be upset if this takes any longer. Vixis Angela's shield is sure troublesome, but operants flow into her weapon, emanating a fearsome aura. As strong as it is, you can't withstand an attack like this, right? Goodbye, you two. The embodiment of death leaves her hands, and the smoke from the explosion consumes the corner the two are sheltered in. Boring. Eucharis extends a hand to retrieve her weapon, only to find herself denied. She suddenly realizes something, and instinctively takes a half step back out of fear of the unknown. The smoke fades to reveal a familiar figure, with fork in hand, blocking her attack. I take back what I said before, big sis. You certainly are a being worthy of being destroyed by me. I'm surprised they didn't make me play as Angelus. Alright, let me see. What's the least amount of battles I can do? It's always the bottom one. The bottom one is always the least amount of attacks I can do. Because I'm lazy. Where's my quick battle function? Yeah, actually. Yeah, that's better. Ah, 416. You just melt the battlefield. The freaking auto skill tile in 416 is the best duel ever. Being allowed to use her skill at the very start is just an instant win. Oh, did I remember to? No, I did not. I mean, not that I need this. Might as well get that free function out of the way. It's Kana! Of course it's Kana. It's always Kana. Normally, Kana would like eat through this formation, but thankfully I'm not doing the challenge mode, so I could just brute force it. Kana loves like squishy spellcasters. Alright, let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, that's the... Alright, there we go. I got my path. I got my path. The path of least resistance. Alright, is it Kana? Is it Kana again? Of course it is. It's too bad that like Lynn like doesn't have like her robotic hands like in GFL 2. That'd be so cool to see in GFL 2, like the robo hands. Ah, now I play as Angelus. Okay, now I play as Angelus. Oh, now I get it. Now I get it. Okay, so last time, like, we were forced to take the upper path, but now we're gonna take the bottom path. That's what it's gonna be. Oh, I get it now. I get it. Also, I assume like this is there was no fights last time, so I assume like this won't matter either. There's gonna be no fights, but I'm still doing it out of habit. I didn't think you would wake up, big sis. But why? You should be the only one who can understand me. Her neurocloud assailed by suspicion and anger, Eucharis' face distorts as her emotions heighten. After experiencing the same despair, you should have fallen like me. Enough, Eucharis. The games end here. I simply made a different choice, with the help of some people. A different choice? What a joke. There are no decisions to be made in those experiences. Like you, I once doubted the existence of the Sanctifiers. Angelus reaches out, taking a shattered piece of the tower's wall into her hand, a result of the battle moments ago. Stained by smoke and smog, the Sanctifier's symbol upon it is still clear as day. Supposed ideals like justice and duty are just falsehoods written into programs. The fear you feel upon the battlefield can crush each and every fanciful ideal, dragging us back to reality as we dream. Much like you, I struggled to move forward after witnessing the terror of the battlefield for the first time. Watching companions by your side fall one by one, fearing that the shadow of the death shall visit you next. Ideas, protecting others, all fancy words for the purpose of decorating death. They have no purpose other than that. Operants circle around Eucharis as she sees. It's not a good habit to lie, you know. If that's truly what you think, Big Sis Angelus, you should be standing by my side. I'm not lying to you. Even after coming to know the truth, I still want to live on as a sanctifier. Even if that justice is nothing but a falsehood, I choose to protect it. What was pain to you is the proof of the pain that I walked as a sanctifier. Oh, it's different. Because before, it was like, my name is, and then this was Eucharist. But now it says my name is Angelus. Lose 20% of HP per second confusion gain. Abidance. Confused as I am, can I really keep the faith of the sanctifiers? Ah, and then there it is. So, Eucharist took the top path, but Angelus is gonna take the bottom path. Ah, okay. I seem to have delved quite far in. Oh wait, that's not through her voice. Well, I mean, no, it technically is. She's self-narrating. I seem to have dived quite far in. Darkness surrounds me, and there is nothing in the world but I and the girl in front of me. Her tone and voice are both unbelievably familiar. The black muck gradually swallows her as she tries to escape, struggling powerlessly as she disappears in the darkness. Ah, this sound of desperation is music to the ears. Do not worry. It will not take long for me to consume you. After all, I should be whole as a sanctifier. I feel a sense of catharsis as I speak. How simple, how beautiful it is to follow your heart's desires, unbound by those oaths. Oaths, right, what are those? So, any last words you'd like to say? Yeah. We hone our blade. Oh, so this is different. So, when we saw this through like the Eucharist path, like it had Eucharist's. We had Eucharist right here, and then like we didn't get to see Alcyon's face. But here though, now we're seeing Alcyon's face as she's saying it. We hone our blades in the darkness. We defend order in the face of chaos. We bear a light in the long nights. No, that's not right. We must not abuse our power because we are strong, and neither can we abandon responsibilities because we are weak. That's not what I remember. You should agree. You should curse. For we heed the revelations of God, and we act to carry out his will. Why is it that at a time like this, you still repeat? Only through order can we glean the truth. These sanctifier oaths? The blessed must engrave the gods in their hearts, fulfill their will, and seek their glory. I instinctively speak the words. Something is suddenly illuminated, and the muddiness in my mind disappears, along with the black muck. It was as if I had returned to that afternoon. Upon the Plaza of Oaths, countless commemorative steels stand in silence, bearing innumerable inscribed names. Lord Hesperus, please excuse the interruption. I have a question I wanted to ask you. Sure. I hesitate for a time, asking a question that had troubled me for quite some time. Lord Hesperus, have you ever heard the voices of bygone sanctifiers? The sanctifier leader places the ceremonial flowers at the stale's feet. What do you mean? It is difficult to explain. I only hear it when I come near the stales. At first, they were just ever-converging wails, but as time passed, their voices became clearer. In the images constructed by their words, I saw countless scenes of sanctifier sacrifice. The inscribed names in vision twist and reconstruct, piecing together the curse that had haunted me until now. I don't want to die. Why must I be the one to die? Why should I give my life to protect them? Even in the bright sunny midday, a fierce cold surrounds me, encasing me in a prison of ice as I call up these memories. I clasp my arm tight, attempting to hold into the very warmth left in my body, lest the spirit of the deceased steal it away. I know that this might well be the whispers of daemons, but my system inspections have not discovered any abnormalities. So you've come to ask me if I've encountered something similar? Yes. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you then. I see. I shall have Esper's inspect your cannon to make sure you have not been infected. But I can be sure of one thing. I look up to find suppressed anger in the leader's eyes. The demonic whispers you have heard are the work of another, and not the words of the fallen. How can you be so certain? Because I have witnessed each and every single person's resolve myself. A wind arises out of nowhere, scattering the flowers through the air. Perhaps to you, they are only pieces of history, recorded upon the stels. But to me, they were irreplaceable, unforgettable comrades. That is why I am so certain the people I knew wouldn't be so pathetic as to cry and lament over such sacrifice. Do you know why Esperus and I chose the stars and fire to be manifestations of our powers? The sudden question caused me to shake my head. I had never considered this question before Hesperus asked. The stars guide the way ahead, and the flame lights the path beneath our feet. We all once feared the darkness, but that is why we do not wish for others to forget the light. If the day of sacrifice ever comes for me, I hope to be like them. Before I can follow up, Hesperus' silhouette had already departed. I gazed upwards at the steels once more. The curses and banes had disappeared, returned to the countless gently shining names. They are ambiguous portions of my memory, places where I hear words that are not mine, repeated over and over again. The illustrated segments make me confused. Oh, this is like backwards. Because like, Eucharist started with like 5 stacks of confusion, but here though, we're gaining confusion. Ah. At the start of the battle, I thought about how I would fight for my duty, how to protect others. But as the slaughters and sacrifices continued, these delusions of mine faded away. The honor of the Sanctifiers discarded. I was only motivated to continue by the simple instincts to survive. My index finger upon the bowstring dully aches. No amount of arrows fired seemed to decrease in numbers of daemons around me, before me. Damn it! The impatience inside me urges me to fill the sky with arrows, releasing a rain of arrows great enough to purge every daemon in the area. Stop! Raven? Such an attack will affect the surrounding lesser sanctifiers too. Retract your operants before the attack is fully released. Yes. You think deep down that it doesn't matter, even if they're caught in it, don't you? The weak would die in this battle anyway. A moment of distraction caused me to release the operants at my fingertips, and the attacks fly upwards in the air. No! Before I can speak further, Raven takes to the air at great speed, attempting to intercept the airborne arrows before they explode. Watch. The operant-powered explosions proliferate across the battlefield, forcibly interrupting me. When the smoke dissipates, the red-haired Sanctifier still stands, albeit with several more wounds than before. One hell of a shot. Are you? I struggled to finish my inquiry. As the very origin of the attack, I knew better than anyone else what the cost of taking the arrow head-on would be. Pay it no mind. I just took I look a bit haggard. I'm still doing fine. I can still fight, see? She attempts to flex her joints to prove that she is indeed fine. The more she continues, the more my guilt grows. Angelus, for what do you stand here upon this battlefield? Eh? Unprepared for the sudden question, I stand in place, unsure how to respond. To drive back and defeat our enemies. Incorrect! A sudden painful smack on my forehead takes me out of the moment. By the time I realized that the source of the pain was a headbutt from Raven, she had already advanced the topic. That is not at all why we're here. She reaches out with a hand, patting herself on her chest. We do not come here to fight, but to protect. Do not forget your goals, duty, Angelus. To protect. Is that what has driven you to fight all this time? Yes, one of the things, rather. It appears that you and Eucharist still cannot understand what the Sanctifier's duty is. No matter, I shall teach you two in full after the battle ends. I might be your junior, but my understanding seems far deeper than yours. Damn, it's been such a long time since we saw like a fucking Raven CG. He puts up a fighting stance in the face of menacing entropic horde. Wait, your wound. Worry not, these are countless angels behind me that I must protect. How can I simply fall here? Do you remember our sanctifier oath? We must not abuse our power because we are strong, and neither can we abandon responsibilities because we are weak. Yes, just so! Let us fight together to protect, Angelus. Yes! Raven, as a greater sanctifier, you have filled a sanctifier's duty well. Your sacrifice will not go wasted. In the near future, you shall be reborn from the sacred canon in a new form. His declaration complete, he lightly caresses Raven's forehead, closing the eyes of she who passed upon the battlefield. We hold our blades in the darkness. We defend order in the face of chaos. We bear a light in the long night. We must not abuse our power because we are strong, and neither can we abandon responsibilities because we are weak. We must not abuse our powers because we are strong, and neither can we abandon our responsibilities because we are weak. But we heed the revelations of God, and we act to carry out His will. I visit the steel by myself after the ceremony. As expected, Raven's name does not appear on the steel. Uninfected entropy, she would be reborn from the sacred canon, continuing to fight to protect Magressi with me as a sanctifier. Only that the new Raven will have the same appearance, but not the same memories. The agreement between us and my apologies will have to be left unspoken. To fight, die, and be reborn. Like an inescapable curse. And you are solely responsible for this. The discomforting voice makes itself known once more. Without that shot you fired, Raven would have not died. That's not true. What killed Raven was an entropic, who launched an attack from her blind spot. Can you really deny it, though? Have you never truly considered the possibility that she would not have died had she not been wounded? The stinging words make a place for themselves in my heart, like a snake's poison. My shot only. Yes, it only accelerated and expedited her death. How perfect. As a greater sanctifier, Raven is an undying being. It is that allows you to escape the sense of murder, a true blessing. I try to escape the voice, but my feet are heavy as lead. The provoking laugh echoes across the plaza, lingering for a long, long time. Every time Lord Hesper speaks to the deceased sanctifiers, he always has a look of respect on his face. I don't understand. I wonder, why on earth am I fighting? Confusion +1. Alright, so Eucharist started with like 5 stacks of confusion. So I guess we're gonna gain 5 stacks of confusion. And also we lose HP. Right, I forgot about that. So we keep losing 20% HP every time we gain a second confusion. And right now we got 2 stacks, so that's 40% that we lost. So yeah, we're a little bit over half HP right now. I mean, not that it's gonna matter though. There's no fight. Requesting purification. Greater Sanctifier Angelus, granting request. I put a fist to my chest, praying as Esphorus did back then. For we heed the revelations of God, and we act to carry out His will. I draw my bow, only this time aiming at a former comrade. The bowstring slices through the air. The arrow in her hand and the comrade in front of her have both faithfully fulfilled their duty. Thank you, thank you. Why thank me? I'm killing you, taking away your life. Thank you. The Lesser Sanctifier repeats its final functions. Its mechanical arm trembles in the emptiness, either its final struggles of its life or fear of death. I can only hold tight into the hand, expressing my guilt. Sorry. If only I was a little stronger. Sorry. Thank you. The Lesser Sanctifier's neurosystems are no longer sufficient to sustain a conversation. It can only express its gratitude for its execution, as its orders would have it do. Amidst the twirling cries, the Lesser Sanctifier's life comes to an end. Thank you. The hand in my palm grows cold, transmuting into data and slowly dissipating. I rise to find the sound of death all around me. Requesting purification, number 99. F913A, infected. PTR 2887 infected. Voices imploring purification, echoes endless in the dark, binding me like a rigid cocoon. You want me to want to break from all this, don't you? You're not used to this at all. You don't want to continue. The voice that appeared on the battlefield before rears its head again, mercilessly exposing the heart's innermost sentiments. I try to refute the voice, but my alien stomach beats me to it. Look, even your body's protesting. All you have now is to send these useless pieces of scraps back to the reverse Babylon Tower post-haste. Right, how about that one attack you did before the Raven? Raven, my comrade. After being born from the cannon, both our promises and our past are lost to her. She bears no animosity for what happened, leaving guilt to fester my neurocloud. You've already killed a sanctifier that way already. What's a few more lives in your hands? Come on, get it over with. Operants transform into golden aerials at the fingertips as I slowly take aim at the lesser sanctifier. Requesting purification. Yes, just like that. Do it. Everything for our sacred sacrifice. The golden arrow fades, restoring the darkness that dominated the battlefield. Oh, no! If we were doing so good! It's missing the... It's missing, like, the bracket. It's missing, like, the lesser than... Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's missing the letter. Damn it. Damn it. There had to be one. There had to be one. There's always, like, one or two of these, like, in every event. Alright, so obviously, it's meant to be red. Obviously. Alright, I'm gonna be right back really quick. Okay, there we go. Alright, we're back. We're back. We're gonna have to assume it's red. We're gonna have to assume the text is red. I need to drink water. Raven, I don't think she would have wanted to see this. Oh, it's playing the sad music. Why not continue the attack? Huh, you know what? Now that I think about it. So PNC, like, definitely, like, recycles, like, some music from GFL 1. And GFL 2 also has a couple, like, remixes from GFL 1. But you know what, though? Okay, wait. So, like, Nikkei has, like, a jukebox function. I would definitely love, like, also, like, a record player or some kind of music player thingy in, like, the Elmo. And, like, you would have access to, like, all of, like, the Mica music or something. That'd be kind of cool to have. Like, on the Elmo, like, there'd be, like, a spot that where, like, you could play music, not just from GFL 2, but also, like, music from, like, GFL 1 and, like, Project Neurocloud. I mean, that'd be pretty cool. I'd like to see that. I mean, Nikkei essentially lets you just play it as a music player. Not to mention that, like, Nikkei actually has, like, an official YouTube channel to, like, listen to music. Mica doesn't have that. There is no official channel that Mica has to listen to music. I think, at least. What a bore. As if at its wit's ends, the voice deeper down sighs in an exaggerated manner. One day, these self-fulfilling emotions will betray you. How will you proceed then, with your beliefs crumbling? The voice gradually fades, leaving me alone on the battlefield. A lamentations and pleas. My friend lies dead in my arms, and it was all my fault. She fought to the very end, but all I feel is fear and sorrow. Why did it all turn out like this? The scene before my eyes eradicates with hope that remains in my heart. This would count as a late stream, bro. This would count as a late stream. This is the Friday stream! Even though it's not Friday anymore. All that the Sanctifiers sought to protect had been obliterated. Entropy-infected agent corpses are strewn across the battlefield, and a callous mockery of the Sanctifiers' efforts till now. This is indeed a very, very late stream. This is not the Saturday stream. The Saturday stream has yet to happen. Just what have I protected? No longer able to support my profoundly wounded body, I crumble to the ground. I told you, didn't I? No matter how hard you try, you cannot protect everyone. The voice of my heart appears again, working its beguiling magic. There is no need for Sanctifiers to risk their lives for these agents. Your so-called duty and responsibilities are merely shackles imposed upon us by our Creator. Open your eyes and take in the present, that which you protect is nothing more than data. Beings that can be cleared and reset anytime, just like you. I look in the direction the voice points me towards. As if to validate her words, the sector not far away sends out an alert as a gentle light of an impeding reset expands outwards from its center. They really had to design the light foretelling the end to look like a pristine sunrise. What a terrible sense of humor our creators have. I'm sure you understand now, right? Ha. Anger, despair, sorrow, inexorable emotions stain my neurocloud. I cannot hold back the laughter any longer. I thump the scorched, listless earth beneath me with a fist until all that I can see is painted red by the bleeding red operants. Why do they bleed in the server? And why is the operants red? Why do they have to emulate that? Who do I blame for this? Do I blame Persica or do I blame Irita for this? Or do I blame them both? I guess I blame both of them, Irita and Persica, for making this so realistic. Yes, like that. The enticing voice hides the excitement no longer, on the cuffs of applauding the scene that is about to play out. This is what I wanted to see, the very moment when despair takes hold. At this moment, a faint cry for help comes from the darkness. I open my eyes, ensuring that what I heard is no illusion. Help me. My body moves before my mind does. After I return to my senses, I am already at the source of the cry for help. Thank goodness someone is still here. A tired young voice comes from beneath the ruins. I move apart the great rocks, spotting a hand reaching out towards me in the darkness. Huh? On the pair of hands are a web of purple veins, the signature signs of improvisation. I knew this type of improvisation well. It specifically targeted agents, and its progress is long and painful, as if it took malicious joy in taking away its victims' vitality bit by bit. They may not become monsters at the end of the process, but when the time comes, the host's life is easily stripped away like the corpse that litter the surroundings. But take my hand, quickly. I still choose to answer the prayer. I must. Oh, wait a minute! This is the same agent that, like, Eucharist saved, though. Or, I guess maybe it's not the same one. It's either the same one, or, like, it's the same type as one. I'm going to assume it's the same type as the one that Eucharist saved, because, like, I don't want to believe it's the same one that she saved. Because that's just very sad, if it is. I'm saved. Are you alright? I'm okay, but the others... The little agent lowers his head, tears welling up in his eyes. Sorry, if I had been here a little sooner, maybe I... You know that wasn't possible. It is as the voice says. I knew that I said these things only to deceive myself, along with everyone else. Excuses, so that I may escape from blaming myself. But to ease myself, even for a moment, I sought forgiveness by saying it. This isn't your fault. The Entropists attacked so quickly, and no one had any time to contact the Sanctifiers. See, your sins have been forgiven, as you wished. You should be a bit happier now. Not like she has much time left anyway. Right, thank you for saving me. I want you to have this. Weird, where did I put it? The agent rummages for some time, producing a squashed black object from a tattered pocket. This is chocolate from Burbank. No! It's the same one! Oh. I didn't want to believe it. It's the same one. Okay, so Eucharist saved this agent, and then the agent gave Eucharist chocolate. And then the same agent got attacked again, and now she's going through improvisation. And then now she's giving chocolate to Angelus. Ah, it's the same one! And now she's gonna die. She either gets like a mercy killing from Angelus, or she's gonna slowly get consumed by like the entropic disease. I don't know what's worse, man. Do you die from cancer slowly, hoping for a cure that never comes? Or do you just end it all? Do you just ask to die? Like, I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. Though it doesn't look any good right now, my friend says that it should be really, really sweet kind of candy. Should? Yeah, I never had the chocolate. I want to leave this piece for myself, but it's better that you have it as a thank you. I gave the other piece to another Sanctifier lady. She told me it was sweet and tasty, so I thought you would like it too. No, it is the same one. It's the same one. Yeah, she got saved by Eucharist. She raises her improvisation-covered hand with laborious effort. She strenuously peels apart the packaging, placing it in my hand with some reluctance, not forgetting to lick the fingers that come into contact with the packaging. Have a taste, big sis. I wish to resist. Unable to deny her willfulness, I can only put the chocolate in my mouth. How is it? The taste is not nearly as sugary as expected. Perhaps it was once a fine confectionery, but as of now, only the mixed-in taste of gore and bitterness are discernible. I barely managed to fake a smile and nod for the expectant face in front of me. It doesn't taste good at all, does it? Oh, that's not true. Liar, big sis. You're no good at lying. Anyone can see that you're thinking on what you're thinking on your face. Sorry, all I taste is bitterness. I see. That puts my mind at ease. How come? Because you're honest, big sis. You don't hide what's in your heart with a fake smile like the other. Oh! Oh! She knew that Eucharist was lying. Yeah, because Eucharist didn't like it at all. Eucharist was like, oh my god, this chocolate is so disgusting. But she told the agent that it was like sweet and shit. Wait, who's the other lady? The agent does not respond, only looking towards the sector not far away. It really is beautiful. I follow where she looks. Before I had realized it, the reset's gentle light had already claimed the piled corpses in the war zone, gradually approaching our position. Look out! Come over! The words I speak only created unending silence. So what if I could save her from the reset? She would have no place to rest in the world, entropized as she was. But even so, should I simply watch as they are reset and their brief life comes to an end? I knew not the answer. The pair of outreached hands remained suspended in midair, unable to move forward or retreat. Big sis, I've already been entropized, right? I see, of course. The little agent doesn't say much more, accepting their fate nonchalantly. It's okay, big sis, don't worry. Really, I should thank you for chatting with me until the end. This is great. A smile blossoms upon her face. No, no, there's nothing great about this. I cannot bear it any longer, grabbing the agent's hand. Go! Run from this fate. You don't deserve this torment. If this continues, you'd be reset by the sector and die. Yeah, I know. But if... I don't want anyone else to feel this pain. The little agent leans down, gently caressing the soil beneath her feet. Big sis, why'd you become a sanctifier? Before I can respond, the reset's light visits us. Looks like time is up. I knew what she meant to convey. I wanted to say something, but none of it comes out. Goodbye, big sis. The agent takes half a step back, walking into the sunset that signified the end. After the gentle light fades, all traces of which was beautiful or foul had vanished, leaving only the bitterness in my mouth. I've only known this agent for like 30 minutes. And I'm crying. I'm sad that she died. Even if she got reset, it won't be the same. It won't be the same. Yeah, not gonna lie, guys, though. Like, the storytelling in GFL 1 and PNC, like, I feel so much more attachment to that compared to GFL 2. And, like, I'm still not sold on GFL 2. I'm playing it, like, almost, like, out of obligation, just because of GFL 1 and PNC. So, like, I hope the story gets a lot better. And so far, I'm, like, not impressed by the storytelling in GFL 2 right now. And I don't know if it's because Mica's gonna go more mainstream in the storytelling or something. Alright, so I already know that the first event story was technically the half-year anniversary for the CN server, but, like, I literally had, like, no compassion for, like, Urid and, like, Suomi and shit, or Lada. I literally, like, didn't give a shit. And, like, the second event with, like, WA 2000, it was fun, I guess. It was an okay story for, like, how WA 2000 and, like, Springfield, like what they were doing, like, at the cafe and shit, and all the fun stuff they were doing, like, with Bepley and stuff, like, that was fun. But I guess, like, overall, just a side event. And the current event with Diane, I literally don't give a shit. Like, I absolutely do not give a shit. And then, like, as far as the main chapter is concerned, so, like, obviously I'm saving chapter 7 to do on stream, but then, like, as far as chapters, like, 1 through 6 is concerned, I don't care about any of these characters. Like, I don't care about Kolfin, I don't care about Bepley, I don't care about Nemesis or Krolik, I don't care about Groza. Like, I literally don't care about anyone. It's like, I only slightly care about the commander, because obviously the commander is us, but yeah, like, I don't care about anyone in GFL 2. I mean, like, it was nice to see, like, OOP 9, I guess, and, like, we're gonna see, like, OOP 45 and, like, G11 and, like, 416 in the future and shit, but, like, it's all very surface level. Yeah, I'm just not getting a whole lot of good storytelling in GFL 2. So, I'm gonna keep on doing my dailies, though. I'm gonna keep on playing it, but I really do hope it gets better for me. Because, like, I'm just not feeling it. I'm really not feeling GFL 2 right now. The taste of chocolate. If possible, I'd have liked it to be sweet. Confusion plus 1. I wake from a dream, finding myself in a strange place as I slowly boot up my idle neural cloud. A strange voice comes from the other side of the table. Had a nightmare? Professor? It's me. The white-robed figure smiles. I can finally connect remotely to your sacred canon. Antonina and the others' work have paid off. Are you alright? I've yet to find the exit, the answer. Is that so? No need to rush. I think you're quite close. Right, this is for you. They passed me a mug of strongly flavored liquid. What's this? Hot chocolate. Yo, I thought he was gonna say coffee. I literally thought he was gonna say coffee. Because, like, coffee is, like, the main drink of Project NeuroCloud. It's always coffee. I mean, no. I feel like Girls for Lunch in general. In Girls for Lunch in general, coffee is the main drink. Because, like, Springfield has a fucking cafe, right? Springfield has a cafe. The commander's always drinking coffee. Kalina was making coffee for him. And then Persecura drinks coffee too. The professor's always drinking coffee. And then, like, Groza made coffee for the commander in GFL 2 as well. Like, it's always coffee. Like, yo, where's the Starbucks fucking collab? Guys, if Starbucks ever were to have, like, an official, like, collab with, like, Mica, I'm there. Guys, I would live stream it. I would do an impromptu phone stream where, like, I wait in line in Starbucks and I'll be like, yo, give me the fucking Persica coffee. Give me the Girls from Line coffee. I'm not even a coffee drinker, guys. I don't even drink coffee. But, like, I would do it for the video. I would stream. I would do an impromptu phone stream at the Starbucks coffee thing. I so would. But I think the only way that will happen is if Mica goes more mainstream, which they might be doing with GFL 2. They might be going more mainstream. Who the fuck is growing coffee in GFL? Coffee takes a shitload of land usually. Well, I don't know. Like, maybe in the future, maybe we got, like, vertical farming, like down or something. Like, you heard of that, right? Vertical farming? Like, that's where you have, like, a warehouse, and then you have, like, shelves and shit, and, like, every shelf has, like, plants you can grow. So, like, it doesn't take that much land, like, horizontally, because you grow upward instead of, like, growing, like, to the sides or whatever. So maybe in the future, vertical farming is, like, maybe they got the science down. So we just had to build large buildings then. Like, we built towers. So farms aren't huge anymore. Farms are just towers instead. I mean, that's the way to go, right? Vertical farming would be the way to go to, like, reduce land usages. Also, I would assume that with the radiation shit in GFL 1 and 2, like, maybe vertical farming, maybe there was more research done into vertical farming because, like, World War III had, like, made radiation everywhere. So, like, if there was not a lot of research into vertical farming before, there'd be more research. There would be government spending on vertical farming because, like, land is at a premium, right? So, like, they can't use as much land before for farming, so they would put more research into vertical farming so that way we can build towers that go upwards instead of, like, farms that, like, move to the side. Oh, yeah! You ever heard of aquaponics? Aquaponics is also that thing, too, where, like, you have fish. So, like, you have, like, water, and you have, like, the plants growing in the water, and then, like, you have fish in the water, too. So, you do two things. You farm fish, and then you farm food. And then, like, the fish, like, they poop in the water. And then, like, the fish, they fertilize the water. So that way, like, the plants can, like, eat the phosphorus and shit or whatever. So that way, like, we get, like, both protein from the fish when we, like, get them. And then, like, the plants can grow, like, in the fish water. So, yeah, so, like, vertical farming along with aquaponics. Like, just more research into that. Oh, and then, assuming that, like, the space program is, like, still operational, like, in Girls Frontline, which I think Project NeuroCloud kind of seems like it is, then, like, don't forget, like, there's space, right? So maybe we can get, like, space growing or something. Like, maybe we can dedicate, like, fucking, like, a space station to, like, growing food or something. And then, like, the space station gets, like, raw, unfiltered sunlight, like, through space and whatever. Because, don't forget, World War III made, like, fucking, like, clouds, right? Like, the Girls Frontline world, the Earth, has, like, a lot of clouds in the sky because of all the radiation shit. So, like, there's less sunlight in Girls Frontline Earth. So, They would get more sunlight if they brought, like, the food to space. So maybe they also did, like, space farming. Space farming could be a thing. If, like, you could get, like, raw sunlight hitting it or whatever. We doing the space colony from Gundam? Yo, I'd be down for that. I mean, think about it. Isn't that basically what the Jewiten sector is, though? Like, the Jewiten sector is all about space colonies and shit. That's kind of like what they're already doing. Not to mention that, like, Ringhan and, like, her fellow agents, they have those battle suits, right? The battle suits are pretty close to, like, Gundam suits. Hot chocolate might help you readjust and calm down a bit. Wait, is that supposed to be readjust or readjust? I'm pretty sure that's a typo. Is that a word? I don't think I've ever seen that word before. I'm pretty sure that's meant to be readjust, because that's my mind already read it as readjust. Oh, that is a real word. Oh. I just Googled it just now. That is a real word. Oh, it literally means adjust. It literally means readjust. Okay, that's what it means. Huh. I don't think I've ever, like, had that word used in, like, my English classes. I've never seen that word used before. So wait, readjust is a real word, and it literally just means readjust. That's what it is. Wait, why have two words that mean the same shit then? What is the purpose of having this word? If it just means the same thing as readjust. Why have two words that do the exact same thing? Is it because maybe one word is older than the other, so I got grandfather claused in or something? Because usually, like, that's why we have some words, like, be around that don't make sense. Because, like, they're just, like, really old language. And, like, we just keep them around, even though we don't need to anymore. I'm looking at this. It says it's literally a synonym for readjust. So it's like... yeah, it's either a synonym for readjust or just adjust. It's the same thing. It literally means the same thing. So why have the word? What's the point of it? Word history. First known use, circa 1678. Alright, so I think that answered my question. It's a very old word then. It's a super old word that probably we just don't use anymore. And then, like, I guess, like, it's still technically a word, but, like, you know, if no one uses it, then, like, why bother? Yeah, okay, that answered my question. It's just really old. Because I thought that was a typo. I literally thought this was a typo, but that's actually real. But yeah, I never had that word used in my English classes. Or literature. Never seen that word in my literature classes either. Chocolate. I put the cup to the side, being reminded of an unpleasant memory. If you don't mind, you can talk to me about what's troubling you. Venting it out helps with clearing your thoughts, and I just might be able to help you find the exits. Professor, can I really trust you? Well, just think about it as having a confidence. Oh my god, guys, is that a Persona reference? Honestly, guys, even though this channel started on doing, like, Persona playthroughs, after I was done doing Touhou playthroughs, I still don't know if I want to live stream, like, Persona 3 Remake. Even though Persona 3 was, like, the first, like, RPG I streamed besides Touhou. I don't know if I want to go back. I don't know if I want to go back to that. Oh, wow, zoom in. I look down, watching as my reflection in the mug gradually melts with the darkness. Professor, I've always thought of myself as an incompetent sanctifier. My voice strained. I forced myself to face the darkness deep inside. From the very start, I felt how different I was from the other sanctifiers. I do not share their concepts of ideals and duty, and I cannot bring myself to sacrifice myself for others like they do. When faced with a corpse-strewn battlefield, I feel fear. When my comrades die in the field, I feel sadness. These would be the most normal reactions for a normal agent, but not for a sanctifier. I look at my hands, finding them seemingly covered in blood, as if I was in a trance. As a sanctifier, these emotions are all abnormal. So all I can do is ball them up deep down, and try to toss these emotions away in the carnage I see. But I cannot simply ignore them forever. It's as if the emotional congeal. Professor, protecting justice is far more painful than I imagined it to be. It is. The professor sits down on the other side of the table. If you were to discard the justice and principles laid deep within your heart, you would perhaps be able to get by a little easier. Is it really okay for you to say such things as the Oasis Professor? I am simply describing the objective truth. The road ahead is indeed painful, but if the burden I bear can bring happiness to more people, then the decision is one worth enduring. But we can only endure so much. No matter how much we try, how much pain we endure, there will always be happiness that we cannot protect. Yes, indeed. We are not gods. There are limits to both mine and your power, and we are destined to lament our own weakness because of the lives we cannot save. So then, they shake their heads, speaking with a firm tone. It is exactly for this reason that we should protect what we hold dear. That which drives is not a duty or obligation, Angelus. We do as we do, because we don't want anyone else to feel that powerlessness, that helplessness of being weak. Ah. That was the answer that the greater sanctifier had been searching for all this time. Justice is a name too lofty, and duty one too staggering. We stand and continue to fight out of nothing but a simple, direct desire. But... Yo, is this like the Professor theme song? Guys, I swear, like, every time the fucking commander gives a goddamn pep talk to, like, any of the fucking dolls, this music plays. Like, this is absolutely, like, this is like the fucking, like, pep talk confidant music right here. Because every time we were talking to, like, an agent or doll, and, like, they're feeling, like, super sad, like, the commander comes in, and he's all like, I got you. I got you. Whatever it is you're going through, like, talk to me. Talk to me. And then, like, let me give you my 2 cents or whatever. And then, like, after, like, they're done talking or whatever, this music plays. And then, like, it's always all like, you're right, Professor. You're right. Like, whatever it is that you told me. You know what? Okay. So, like, I understand that, like, the commander is kind of broken in GFL 2 and all, but, like, I really do enjoy, like, this more, like, heartfelt, kind of, like, naivety, like, commander from GFL 1, because this is GFL 1 commander. This is Girls Frontline 1 commander right here, and I kind of like this version of the commander better. I do hope that the commander is less of a hard ass going forward in GFL 2. Like, maybe his interactions with, like, Rosa and Helena, like, bring him out of his shell. Like, okay, I'm not gonna say that the commander in GFL 2 is, like, an asshole or anything. He's broken. It's like I said before, he's a broken man. So, rather than calling him, like, a hard ass or anything, it's more like the commander in GFL 2, he's done with life. He's become an old man. The commander in GFL 2 has become an old man. He's just done with everything. Whereas, like, the commander in GFL 1 is still, like, very heroic. And, like, he's, like, very, like... He's like a shonen. He's like a shonen protagonist in GFL 1. In GFL 2, he's definitely become very battle hard. But I definitely like this side of the commander. So I kind of hope we get more of this in GFL 2. Because, like, I kind of like these pep talks. But again, I understand that, like, a lot happened in those 10 years. And the commander, like, just became, like, so done with everything. But I would love to see this commander again in GFL 2. Hope he transitioned to Cool Unker. Same here. Even that alone is reason enough to fight. The professor affirms such a version of me. Yeah. I pick up the hot chocolate on the table, taking a sip. So, chocolate was this sweet after all. Wait! So one thing that, like, I realized is that, like, so, like, Yukara said that, like, she hates chocolate. And yet she was, like, wolfing it down, like, in the Cyclops sector. So does that mean that Yukara was kind of lying to herself the whole entire time? And also, like, Angelus now has this whole backstory with chocolate. So is Angelus and Choco gonna be friends? Because I would love that. I want there to be, like, a seasonal event. I want, like, a fucking summer event or, like, a Valentine's event where, like, Angelus and Choco are friends or some shit. I want to see that. The weapon I use to protect rests by my side, and the road I shall take is right ahead. Thank you, Professor. I think I remember what I must do now. I only listened to what you had tell me. In reality, I had some more lines prepared, but by the looks of it, you won't need any of that. I took too long to wake up. I promised that I would show you the Sanctifier's glory. You already have. The scenery nearby suddenly changes. The oaths and beliefs of the Sanctifiers, the perseverance they embodied in times of crisis, all imprinted deep upon my heart without my realizing. And the road I must walk leads to the ending. Go on then. Behind me, the professor gives me an unhurried smile. What you must do was determined long ago. Yes, you're right. The Greater Sanctifier opens her eyes, returning to her own battlefield. Huh. This kind of makes me wonder too. Like, so here's the thing. I was literally not expecting Angelus to be like the next Sanctifier that we would get. I thought it would be Faith. Because Faith shows up in a lot of cutscenes. New Faith, I should say. New Faith shows up in a lot of cutscenes. So, I thought Faith was going to be like the next, like, Sanctifier that we would get. But we got Angelus instead. And we got so much backstory on Angelus. I don't even know, like, what backstory we can get with Faith. At this point, I don't even know if, like, we'll get Faith at all now. So, Faith is obviously a guard character. But it's like we kind of already have a lot of guards, but whatever. But, like, what do you do with New Faith? And I'm calling her New Faith, you know, like, to signify her from, like, Old Faith. It's like, would New Faith, like, look at, like, the memory of Old Faith and saw that she killed Turin or something? Like, and here's the thing, we have New Turin. So, like, New Faith would apologize to New Turin, but New Turin doesn't even have the memories anyway. So, would, like, the New Faith story be, like, her finding out about, like, how, like, hard ass she used to be, and then she would go to, like, the Rossum sector, and she'd find Hana, and then Hana would get PTSD right away, but then, like, New Faith would be all like, I'm sorry, and then, like, Hana would be, like, really confused or something, and then New Faith would be all like, that's not me anymore, but I still want to say I'm sorry for, like, killing Turin back then or some shit. Like, I could see that being the story for New Faith, where, like, she apologizes to, like, Hana or something, and then, like, maybe Hana can learn to let go, or whatever like that. I don't know. But, like, New Faith is essentially a new character from, like, what Old Faith was. Okay, wait. We have 4 stacks confusion. So, are we just gonna get rid of the confusion now? Oh! -1. It's -1 now. It's not +1. Alright, my dear sister Angelus. You peered through my memories. So you already know the truth too. So tell me, what are you? Question mark. -1 confusion. Oh! It's 3! It went from 4 to 3 now. Oh! She's gained HP! So, like, if she gains 5 stacks confusion, she would have died. Because her HP would have went to 0. But now she's gaining HP. Ah, that's kind of cool. You're fundamentally entropic. All your abilities stem from being Entropy's sanctifier. Your sense of purpose is nothing more than an illusion of the past. -1. That's right. I have always been an entropic. I'm not like the other sanctifiers, and as a daemon, I should not be staying with them. Even so, I refuse to abandon my conviction. -1. Even if I'm confused about the purpose of sanctifiers, even if I'm afraid, even if I'm nothing but an entropic, I will fight for everything I want to protect. Wait, is she gonna be friends with Darkstar Hubble? I want her to be friends with Darkstar Hubble now, because they are both entropics then. They're both technically entropics. My name is Angelus. I uphold order in the long nights, and I shall pierce all injustice with my arrow. This is the glory of the sanctifiers. Obtain the protocol ray of light. I do not defend Megressi because I am a sanctifier, but I choose to be a sanctifier in order to protect Megressi. For 3 times only, resurrect when taking lethal damage from an entropic unit. I mean, like, not that it matters, because, like, there's no fight scenes here or anything like that. It's funny that she got MVP for doing 0 damage. And MVP for doing nothing, essentially. Now I want hot chocolate. I want hot chocolate. But I don't have any. I think I drank all my hot chocolate. I need to buy some when I go to the store. You know what? You know what? I just remembered something. I gotta also, like, add eggs to my shopping list. I'm gonna do that right now. Because, like, unlike a lot of other people, I actually do keep, like, a shopping list, like, on my phone. Because, like, when I'm actually at the store, I can never remember what I need. So, like, I actually do keep a shopping list on my phone. So I'm gonna add eggs, and I'm gonna add hot cocoa. Yeah, I'm running out of eggs right now. Oh, wait, I could take that out. Oh, I have beef short rib on here. Oh. See, I did not remember. I did not remember that, you know? That's why I keep a shopping list. That's why I keep a shopping list. Add item. Add item. All right, eggs. We adding eggs. Eggs. And then hot chocolate. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Let me see. What are some suggestions by the apps? Broccoli. Oh wait, oh wait. I'm gonna add that. That's a good suggestion because, like, my broccoli bag's almost finished in my freezer. I'm gonna add that. I'm gonna add that. Yeah, because, like, the app that I'm using, it gives me suggestions, like, based on my previous listings. I think that's it. Chocolate chips. Oh wait, I'm also out of that too. I'm gonna add that. Okay. Well, what else do I need? Now I have napkins already. I got napkins. I got all-purpose flour, bread. Peanut butter. Oh, paper plates. I need paper plates. Garlic. Oh, onion. I do need onions. I do need onions. I think I just ran out of onions. I have rice. All right, cool. I just added to my shopping list. Just added to my shopping list. Her vigor restored. Angela shields the two behind herself, her eyes burning with fervent spirit. Good work, Professor! Whew, we really must thank them for their effects, dragging Angelus out of her disorientation. Though I never imagined that the remote link would work, perhaps Angelus' faith played a part in it. What are the sacred cannon, Antonina? I've located its other parts. Esphorus has set up a firewall, and it won't be a simple matter to get past it. Judging by its improvisation rate, there's basically no chance of removing his control on it quickly. I will believe in success. The professor turns towards the now purple shaded sanctifier rings. In front of them, Hesperus's flames burn brightly. Because we are not the only ones fighting against fate. Hey, you can't possibly be thinking that everything is now going your way just because Big Sis Angelus is awake now, right? The falling greater sanctifier smiles twistedly. 'Twas a shame I wasn't able to taste her despair, but I shall now destroy you in one fell swoop. Then I shall make you all feast upon the deepest sorrow. Angelus does not waver in the face of Eucharist's taunts, only raising her bow once more. We hone our blades in the dark. Guys, I should have made this into a drinking stream. Every time the stupid sanctifier characters, like, do their stupid oath, I should take a shot. I should take a fucking shot every time they do that oath, because if I was taking a shot, how many times would I be drinking? I feel like I would be drinking, like, I think I'd be, like, on fucking, like, shot, like, 16 right now. Like, for all the times I keep on saying this stupid oath. We bear in light long nights. We must not abuse our power because we are strong, and neither can we abandon our response because we are weak. But we heed the revelations of God, and we will act to carry out His will. With the divine sanctifier oaths in the air, the greater sanctifier's figure is akin to a statue guiding the way. She stands and fully draws her bow. A speeding arrow rushes past Eucharist's face towards the outside of the tower, exploding above the battlefield at the front line. This is a signal of peace and safety set before the battle and the most powerful proof of our firm beliefs. Angelus, she still fights with the Sanctifiers. I will leave the Professor with you, Angelus. She has not forgotten the Sanctifier's glory. What of you then? A flame rises from Hesperus' palm, gradually surrounding his vicinity. Unlike before, it is no longer violent and vicious. The coalesced operants are akin to a candle, igniting the battlefield painted black with despair. The great blade slams into the ground, attracting the gaze of every sanctifier present. God damn it! Again? Take a shot! Take a shot. We hone our blades in the darkness. We defend order in the face of chaos. We bear a light in the long nights. We must not abuse power, because we are strong. And neither can we abandon responsibilities, because we are weak. For we heed the revelations of God, and we carry out His will. Oh, look at that reverend! She shook. She shook a little bit. Like he's getting to them. This is the Sanctifier's glory and the oath that we upheld our entire lives. It's futile. The neuroclouds are already under the Sacred Cannon's control. All of it is futile. You merely waste what operants you have. Clang! Another great strike of the blade is response. I believe in you. and the possibility of the sanctifiers. To show me once more the glory that was yours, and only yours that day. The long night is silent, with only a lone candle swaying in the darkness. Then a voice appeared. No, don't do this to me. No, not again. Guys, I already see what's gonna happen. So like Hesperus started doing the chant, and now the other sanctifiers are gonna do the chant. And then Hesperus, he's gonna be all like, what? This is impossible. How can it be? They should be under my control. And then like more and more sanctifiers are like gonna start chanting like the oath. Am I right? Am I right? God damn it! Why do I have to be right? I'm too genre savvy. I'm too fucking genre savvy. I saw that shit coming like a mile away. Alright, yep, that's what's gonna happen. So like, everyone's gonna start chanting now, and now Esper's gonna be like, impossible! How? How have they broken my control? It's like the typical like villain thing. Like whenever there's mind control and shit, like whenever like the hero's party members like break out of the mind control, like the villain is always all like, how can this be? It's like the power of friendship and shit. We hone our blades. Pain as her expression may be, she speaks the oath engraved in her heart as her conscience struggles. Good. The Sanctifier leader nods slightly. Shards of candlelight depart from Hesperus' palm, blossoming upon the Sanctifier's body. I fucking... I told you! I knew it! I fucking knew it! Impossible! The sacred cannon should be in full control of... Do I start drinking now? I still got the Jack Daniels. I still have the Jack Daniels in my fridge. I feel like I should just start drinking. Yo, someone pick up the phone because I called it. Before Estrus can think of it further, more and more voices join in their... I told you! Man, did I write this or did I write this? More and more voices join in the recitation of their oaths. In the darkness, we defend order in the face of chaos. We bear light in the long night. Holy shit! Wait! Is this the first time? Or was there any other cutscene where, like, we saw Hope, like, as a fucking PNG? Because you cannot tell me that she has appeared in the previous, like, campaigns chapters. I don't fucking remember this shit at all. I mean, like, Hope has appeared, like, as a mini-boss, like, in the combat, whatever. But, like, I feel like this is the first time I'm seeing her fucking PNG file. I don't think I've ever seen this before. We must not abuse our power because we are strong. Neither can we abandon our responsibilities because we are weak. For we heed the revelations of God. And we act to carry out his will. Yes, now's the time to enact our oaths. The bright yellow candlelight spreads amidst them, perforating across the battlefield like a relay torch. The light of stars gather, ignite the Sanctifier's eyes, while driving away the darkness. Lord Hesperus! You know what, when you look at this, like, you can actually kind of, like, tell, like, who's, like, a vanilla, like, who's, like, a vanilla character, and, like, who got, like, who's, like, a newer model. Because, like, basically, it's legit, like, in order. Like, Love is vanilla, and then, like, Love is vanilla, and then, like, Judgment is, like, afterwards, and then New Faith is afterwards. Because, like, New Faith has, like, the most, like, what do you call it? She has, like, the most, like, new, pristine art style, I guess. And then Love is, like, very, like, two-dimensional. she's like very like, her shading is like very simplistic. Yeah. It's like from left to right. Finally come to your senses. Hesperus points the great blade in his hands at Hesperus. This time, he would not be alone in challenging the stars. Looks like I won my gamble. The battle has only begun. With a wave of Hesperus' hand, the earth beneath the battlefield begins to tremble once more. The broken ground is submerged by bright red operants. Hordes of entropics appear from behind the white steels, surrounding the many sanctifiers, intending to devour what remains of their flame. That irritating expression again. Why? Why must I be the one you look at that way? Operants surge around Eucharist. Her face twists as the fork in her hand plunges into the ground over and over again, empowered by her angered questioning. What a joke! You want me to say that you're the one here? That you're just the one here? No, I just made my choice. One different from yours. Eucharist's anger spirals out of control at the word choice. There was never a choice. You and I were nothing more than pawns, one of Esfer's experiments. We are entropics, disguised as sanctifiers. We never had to make a choice. Even if you chose to join the sanctifiers, they would purge you, the alien that you are. Remember this, I am your only kin in this world who will love you, the only one who will accept you. So hurry up with killing those two behind you, and come to my side. Actually, you're wrong, Eucharist. Even if the Sanctifiers don't accept Angelus, do you know who would accept her, guys? That's right, the Oasis. So, if she can't go back to the reverse Babylon Tower, she can always join the Oasis. And you know what? We already have a Sanctifier at the Oasis, guys. We already got Esphyrus. Or not Esphyrus, we got Eos. And then, we also have Darkstar Hubble. So, she can be friends with Darkstar Hubble and Eos. Angelus lowers the bow in her hand, slowly shaking her head. You are wrong, Eucharist. My origin has never defined who I am. The flowers she accepted from agents bloom in her heart still. I do not protect them because I am a sanctifier. The oath sworn beneath the scales has never gone forgotten. It still radiates in times of struggle. I choose to become a sanctifier because I want to protect them. She holds fast to her weapon once again. I shall enact the sanctifier's oath and fight for the peace of Megressi. Huh? What the hell are you, the ugly, boring platitudes? Do you really believe in any of this? You'll go and fight for these non-existent things? Yes, I will. Even if I would never see the dawn of victory. Boring. A malevolent shade of black begins to seep out of her body, a signature of entropic power. It leaks into the surrounding space, darkening the very surroundings. Boring, boring, boring! So truly boring. Oh, shit! Ah! There it is, guys! There it is. Entropic. We got it. We got Entropic Eucharist. We got the eyeballs. We got the black crown. She is truly a fallen angel. And she's wearing a mask. She got a mask now. When the vortex of energy ceases, the darkness really emerges from within. Oh! She also got like an X now. She has like an X on her shield. That appearance of yours. This is how we should be, big sis. Oh, look at that. She's so happy to be an entropic now. I'm screenshotting that. I already tire of your theories. When you get down to it, your ideals of no worth in this battle. Her now baleful presence fills the room. Only the victor's ideals can be correct, big sis. Regrettably, you are no match for me now. Won't know until we try. The greatest sanctifier to manifest her bow and arrow, holding it in her hand. Then struggle, drown in your ideals and die. Come, big sis, have this last dance with me. Oh, one layer? Oh, is this just the boss fight? Oh, look, Angela's there. Angela's is there.
正しい軌道へと連れて行ってくれるの。チューリング、参戦よ。彫刻刀粘土。なんだかうずいときちゃって。命令を確認。バトルか。飼育員さん、動物たちを準備ならもうバッチリよ。さあ、未知なる快楽をもたらして。
Entropize Eucharist. Entropize Eucharist. Oh, I'm doing 0 damage. Oh, there it is. Oh, this is. Rather than a battle, everything happening here is more akin to a one-sided game. Gah! Phantom blades of operants fly straight ahead, blocking Angela's path of retreat. With no options left, Angela abandons her bow and arrow, cutting apart the obstacles with foreign blades of light. The 0 damage is a fake out. Yeah, I eventually did start doing damage to her. Angela immediately leaps backwards, but she is too slow. She's still too slow. The obstacle she had just cut apart explodes like bombs, catching her in the radius. She had already readjusted her stance and escaped the smoke. The Entropized Eucharist has already prepared another attack, regarding the prey before her with considerable interest. So, big sis, how does it feel to be hurt by your own style of attack? Don't give me that look. Don't try to hide it from me either. Your foot got pretty messed up in that explosion, didn't it? She easily sees through Angela's plans. Just as Eucharist says, operants trickle out of Angela's left foot. Even with her wound obscured by the virulent angle, her mobility is impacted without doubt. I like how you could basically always use operants in place of blood in this game. Because, like, even in the last scene too, with like Hesperus, like, the game kept on saying like, oh, operants spilled out, operants. But like, it's blood. Like, oh my god, Hesperus got stabbed, he's bleeding, or whatever like that. Or like, he's putting his chest to cover up the blood, or whatever. But in this game, we gotta use operants in place of blood. They're leaking data. Big sis, don't you think that what's happening here is quite like what Alkyone did back then? Oh my god. Yo, that's a low blow. That's a low blow, man. Oh, also, remember also too? So like, Electra got Entropized first, right? And Electra was the little sister. Electra was the little sister, and Alkyone was the big sister. And Electra got Entropized first. Here is the opposite. Eucharist is the little sister. No, wait, it's kind of the same. It's kind of the same, actually. Eucharist is the little sister here, and Eucharist got Entropized first also. Although, I guess the biggest difference here, though, is that Eucharist, like, she, like, accepted, like, the Entropization, whereas, like, Electra tried to fight it. Electra did try to fight it, but then she couldn't, though, you know? She was just too weak. Though this time, it's not a battle between two Sanctifiers, but two Entropics in their forms. What a shame that you can't be Entropized because of your Entropic code. Cuts down on the despair that could be injected into this battle somewhat. This must be the first time I've ever wished you were a real Sanctifier, big sis. Haha. She suddenly retracts her smile, her prior coldness returning. By the way, bugs should behave like bugs. Don't go scurrying about, ruining my mood. A phantom blade flies towards the shield that covers them, forcing them to stop their analysis on the secret cannon. It would not be such a simple warning next time. I thought it would take you longer to notice. We've only reclaimed a small part of the cannon, and Esperus has summoned entropic reinforcements. Damn it, this can't continue. The ones at the Oasis can't reinforce us here, and we don't have any personnel to spare from the main battlefield. If things stay as they are, Angelus will lose. I've already contacted Salmon and Sangoma. Problem is, whether they're making it over here in time. Angelus puts down her weapon, stopping her attacks. Oh, finally given up your foolhardy resistance, big sis? I have simply realized that all those attacks would be ineffective. With so few operants left, I might as well put it all in line. The sudden surge of operants immediately puts Eucharis on her guard. Where did this power come from? I see. So you've damaged your neurocloud in exchange for power. So what? Even now, you do not embrace entropy. Instead, resorting to such methods to fight me. Oh wait, this is what Atlas did. Because Atlas also sacrificed, like, his own life for a power-up to fight Kana. Yeah, because Kana was too strong back then. Yeah, haha, fantastic, big sis. This is truly captivating. Eucharis laughs madly, concentrating operants to her weapon. Only such resolves deserve to be destroyed by me. Come, let me destroy what I hope you have left. Floating operants, she rapidly approaches Angelus, preventing her from creating distance. No, wait! Eucharis' neurocloud wavers at the sight of a familiar look in Angelus' eyes. In the next moment, she realized the source of this uncanny feeling of deja vu. Oh, shit! Electra jabs at Alcyone. Alcyone does not dodge, but moves into the blow. Electra's claws pierce her petite body. Oh, look at that! The flashback! The flashback. In response, Alcyone extends her arms and grabs Electra by the throat. Begin hack! Unlike the expected hack, the traces of improvisation on Electra instead counter-hack Alcyone. I can do it! This is going to work. So that was your plan, big sis. Regrettably, I am not Alcyone, and you are not Electra. If I remember correctly, that attack came from here. Angelus' arrow stays unreleased still, just as Alcyone remembered. Eucharis only became more sure of her assumption. She runs through the events that would occur, making plans ahead of time to modify her angle of attack. As the distance between the two decreases, she clearly sees a serious expression on Angelus' face, exactly like Alcyone on that fateful day, ready to sacrifice herself. Let me have a taste of your despair! Ah. Her stomach pierced, Angelus slumps down to one knee, her weapon leaving her hands and dissolving into operants. Oh! She could take off the mask. I didn't know she could do that. How dull. Yo, cliches. How the first to fall is the one to win. Please, it's all so tiring. Her arrow, pierced chest bleeds prefer- Oh! They actually used the word bleed this time. They didn't say operants. Her chest bleeds profusely, staining her entropy-colored purple shirt. Even if it's just once, I want to see an ending where the villain wins. Eucharis cannot support herself any longer, falling in a puddle of blood. Oh! I was not expecting a CG here. The winner of the duel slowly walks up to Eucharis, fighting against her injured body. Oh, this is a cool CG. You know what, guys? Unfortunately, I'm getting PTSD from Ronco. When Rico tried to get Ronco to, like, see the light or whatever, but Ronco was all like, No, Rico Nason, you're wrong. Like, the merchants need more power or whatever. Like, you can't, like, the merchant guild can't, like, sustain itself. That's why, like, I went to entropy or whatever. And then, like, Rico really tried to, like, bring Ronco back, but Ronco didn't want it, though. This kind of reminds me of that, the Ronco and Rico thing. That expression looks terrible on you. Smile a little, Victor. You're the hero who defeated me. That last attack really breaks the rules, doesn't it? I thought you would attack from the same angle as Alcyon. I never once even considered her plan. Eh? From the very beginning, I planned to end this all my own way. Is that so? What a shame. Looks like I was the one trapped in the past. No, this doesn't mean that I was wrong. I only lost to you, not your justice. And your neurocloud's worse for wear. Yeah, I think we could call it a draw. If we ever have a chance to meet again, when that time comes, Big Sis, I beg of you not to bore me. Don't worry, no matter what, how many times I must do this, I will rescue you from the abyss of improvisation every time. My little sister. Eucharist opens her eyes wide, smiling bitterly. You're still so spiteful, even at the very end. Bye-bye. After saying a light goodbye, more and more operants seep out, fully painting Eucharist's long hair red. For the same reason, Angelus suddenly thinks of how Eucharist said she hated the color red. She cannot explain why the thought came so suddenly, neither what relevance these two things have. Angelus tries to wipe it away, but it solidifies in Angelus' memory like a thorn. The more one tries to remove it, the deeper it digs it deep. The deeper it digs, and the more it hurts. As this pain burrows deeper and deeper, Angelus gives up. She tries to wipe away the bloodstains in Eucharist's hair, silently holding her. Angelus. Give me a few seconds for a brief goodbye. She was a sanctifier once too. Of course. This funeral of 3 participants lasts for a laughably short time. A gust of wind signals its end, disappearing into the distance with the master of the ceremony. Angelus' gaze does not follow the direction she leaves in, only turn her around to look at the 2 figures behind her. I must tell Lord Hesperus what has happened here. Our mission is complete. No reason to lay things on the front line anymore. Antonina, how's progress on reclaiming the sacred cannon? Approximately 1/3 of it is still under Hesperus' control. The level of entropization in that portion is severe, and I'm afraid nothing can be done about it. Looks like this is the best we can do here. The entropics summoned by Hesperus had taken over the front line. We must hurry back to reinforce Lord Hesperus. I will contact him immediately. Her bowstring, worn finger, hesitates for a moment, but she soon begins the call on her communicator. An emergency notice appears on her terminal, robbing her of the ability to think in an instant. Lord Hesperus, why?
忘れ去った記憶を星空に留めておける。
The great axe hurtles through the air, leaving the entropic behind her in twain. Freed from control, the intermediate sanctifiers throw themselves into the fray. On the battlefield, this is their only available option. Do not rush like that, Reverence. Your operants will soon be depleted if you attack in such a manner. That might be so, but these entropics are far tougher than before. Yes, many of them are stronger than my clones already. As she speaks, one of Hope's clones are struck down by an entropic, dissolving into operants. Reverence takes several steps back, trying to get away from the entropic tide. If we continue the retreat, the Twilight Acropolis will soon be their territory. If we were to try and launch a counterattack then. Watch out! A slavering entropic appears in a dead zone of Revan's vision. She spins around, swinging her axe, but the like remaining operants makes her stumble and fall, only to watch as the monster's claw rushes towards her. The attack suddenly stops in midair. In the very next moment, a blade pierces the monster's body bicep. I'm saved! Be more careful next time. Thank you for your... Before Reverence can finish delivering things, Judgment is already on the other side of the battlefield. Palace Lord Hesperus. The intel from the front was that Lord Hesperus is single-handedly defending Zone A. Lord Hesperus' wounds are intense, though. Any other greater sanctifier would have fallen long ago. But Lord Hesperus continues the fight still. I see. If that is so, we must fight to the very end as well. We will follow in Lord Hesperus' footsteps. Vermigressi! Vermigressi! The greater sanctifiers raised the weapons in their hands high. The candlelight that was given to them just a moment ago flickering in the wind, in and out. The light's master cuts and bleeds. His fiercely burning flame choking out the entropic offense once more. But there doesn't seem to be any end to the monsters. Before he has any chance to rest, the mountain of entropics gather from all directions, seeking to extinguish the meager flame. He can only continue to wield his blade, just as he has always done. Lord Hesperus, what do you think a sanctifier is? You'd be better off asking Hesperus this question. His answer to that question would unravel the uncertainties in your mind far better than mine. I see. Hesperus detects a hesitation in Angela's voice. He stands in silence for a moment, looking at the commemorative steel behind him. I cannot give you a clear answer to your question, and I know not how to advise you on the matter. The duty and responsibility that Hesperus speaks are certainly important sanctifiers. The reason that I became a sanctifier is much more simple. Bestowed with sentiment, the flowers are radiant in their purity, silently guarding the names behind them. Battle is the only way I know to protect everyone. Before entropy takes me, I shall keep this flame burning hot and dangerous. I don't know whether you understand the emotion known as fear. The flames surging skyward burn away the entropics in the vicinity, igniting the gloomy battlefield once more. If you do not, allow me to teach you the fear of flame. Fearful and monsters growl, unwilling to brave the flames. The man approaching the monsters taking back the ground and drawing the boundary of flame. In this moment, an incoming encrypted call arrives. It's time for scheduled communication. Situation report, Antonina. Approximately 1/3 of the sacred cannon is completely infected. There's nothing I can do about it. We know that a large amount of entropics have appeared on the battlefield. If necessary, Angelus can reinforce. I understand. You've done all you can. He looks behind himself. The collapsed steel corrodes away in the vicious fluid, fading away along with the glorious of yesterday. Could you link me up with Tetsamaru? I'd like to speak with him. With Tetsamaru? You mean... The green-haired doll understands Hesperus' meaning, putting him through with a series of inputs. Hesperus, why at a time like this? The professor immediately detects the abnormality. Is something wrong in the front line? Do you need me to? Professor. Hesperus cuts him off sternly. We determined our protocols before the operation began. No matter what happens, we cannot let the front line impact your operation. I will do everything I can to help you. This is my duty, and what I must make amends for. Yes, I have not forgotten. The Sanctifier leader lets go of his strained expression, and a rare moment of gentleness appears on his face. Really speaking, until now, I didn't think this battle concerned you. If it was not for my dereliction of duty, this conflict and this fight could have all been avoided. As his friend, I didn't correct Hesperus appropriately when he betrayed the Sanctifiers. As a leader, I did not make clear to my followers the direction which we should proceed in. Hesperus. I am not as deft of mind as you are, and couldn't understand the goals behind Hesperus' words and actions. The Sanctifier's leader leans downwards, touching the earth beneath him, and that once embodied peace and order. The king that once belonged here rests high in the sky, watching the slaughter below him upon the battlefield. But for me, all that he does is evil. No matter what his reasons are, these deeds cannot be forgotten. Yeah, you're right. For Magressi's future existence, battle is the only option we have left. I must apologize for what I did before, Tetsamaru. This final spark of hope that cannot be discovered by Esperus, I need your help with it as well. I understand. Esperus finally smiles, having received the other party's promise. I will leave you to witness the dawn of victory. Another encrypted communication segment is injected into the conversation. Esperus takes a chance to wipe away the professor's tracks, preventing the enemy from detecting their traces. Lord Hesperus, the battle hardly goes in our favor. Despite our best efforts, the reverse Babylon Tower is all but lost. If we are to expect the worst, we should preserve what remaining personnel we have from the Twilight Acropolis. Antonina is still doing what she can. We must buy her time. What are the casualties? Those who can still fight continue to do so, but some are lost to reason due to the cannon's deterioration and cannot be transferred from the battlefield. We did not have time to give them a proper death. I see. Allow me to bear this responsibility. Hesperus gazes at the ruins not far away. Only a few weeks ago, it still looked like the original peaceful Acropolis. Raven, did you forget the oath you swore on the square that day? I have not. It has been ever close to my heart. He has forgotten. The man who led you in swearing them has forgotten. The Sanctifier leader rises to his full height, sheathing his blade. We have our backs to the wall. If we lose this place, we will have no place to call home. Raven, gather the remaining Sanctifiers. Have them wait behind my flames. Yes! Raven hastily ends the call. The Sanctifier leader moves forward, a hand on his wounds. Blood paints the muddy path he walks, igniting sparks with each and every drop. Not much time left, I see. He places his weapon in reverse grip, reciting the oath. We hone our blades in the darkness. We defend order in the face of chaos. We bear a light in the long nights. We must not abuse our power because we are strong, and neither can we abandon our responsibilities because we are weak. For we heed the revelations of God, and we act to carry out His will. Holy flames divide the battlefield behind him, intercepting the wave of attacking Metropolis. Bro, I feel like every cutscene, I should take like 5 shots, man. Out of either anger or instinct, the Entropics pounce upon the only enemy remaining on the battlefield. The Flames Master swings his blade once more, sending them to a fiery end. But when the flames fade, the Sanctifier realizes the price paid, the price behind the power display. Limited removal. Lord Hesperus is burning himself away. Guys, that's literally what Atlas did. This is the Atlas move. We'll be right there, Lord Hesperus. Get back! I have told you that this is my battlefield, and none might interfere. Now retreat, and preserve your energy for the next battle. But... the surging flames tear the sky apart once more. Amidst the flames, a pair of ice-blue eyes glow, filled with anger and commendation. No buts! You would say that Sanctifiers have failed, and that any further struggle is meaningless? You would have battered comrades retire in shame, and throw away their noble sacrifice? You would tell the agents behind you, those who you protect, that this war is beyond help, and already lost in the clutches of darkness. No, I would not. Holy shit! Good. That is the look in your eyes I want to see. Before you depart, allow me to light the path forward. Bro, this is like the exact same way Atlas looked, man. This is the same way Atlas looked. Without further farewells, the wall forged from flames well and truly separates Hesperus from the Sanctifiers. Their leader's silhouette fades from the Sanctifier's sight, leaving only the sound of combusting operands and the screeching of entropics. Man, if only the game would let me play as Hesperus. That'd be so dope, man. If Hesperus would be playable here. If only. If only. Okay, I got it. Huh. They didn't die instantly. They lasted like an extra second. Oh, that was a 3-second battle. I should be ashamed of myself. You find some Sanctifier supplies. Nope, not taking the risk this time. I know I'm gonna get a negative protocol. I always get the negative protocol. Not this time. Not this time. Finding Antinora? Antinora, long time no see, girl. Long time no see. If I remember right, I think I remember Antonina actually dying in the cutscene, but like it didn't really matter though, because like Malkira like revived her right away or something. Like Malkira can basically just revive like any entropic that dies anyway. So it's not like it really matters in the end. If I remember right, it was between Eos and the Professor. That's how Antinora died or whatever. And then like no matter like what, so Atlas, Electra, and Alkyl, like no matter what they did, they could never win against Kana. Like Kana was just too strong. They got some pretty good shots though. Like Kana. I think the only one that Kana actually lost to, I think, was Esphorus. Kana lost to Esphorus, and then that was it. But everyone else, though, she was just like, she was one-shot. I know that like a lot of the fans didn't like Matrix mode, but like this is the part where like I think Matrix mode would have been awesome here, because like Matrix mode would be like, it would show me the battlefield, you know, like where Hesperus was and shit. Like that's what I would love to see. But no, the fucking fandom had to bitch about Matrix mode just because they couldn't auto it or like whatever like that. It's like, I can't just auto. Like, quit your bitching. Matrix mode was awesome. You guys just suck. Oh, it is Kana. Alright. Yeah, we find Kana.
なしく死になさい。勝つのは私よ。光とて逃れられはしない。
Lag, so much lag. Even though like I reduced the effects.
こんなの見飽きたわ。私一人で十分よ。
God, does that count? We hold our blades in the darkness. We defend order in the face of chaos. We bear light in the long night. I mean, like, no character is saying this, but they literally put the fucking oath, like, on the fucking story bit right here. I feel like that counts. I need to take a shot. The Reverse Babylon Tower, Pantheon. Angelus, what are you doing? The Greater Sanctifier does not immediately reply. She gestures at the air, recycling the arrows she fired previously into operants. I will make for the front line to assist Lord Hesperus. Before that, I shall safely escort you away. These are not Hesperus' orders, are they? Angelus hesitates for a moment, revealing the truth after thinking over her words. I received a message from Lord Hesperus, instructing me to escort you as you retreat and commanding me to stay away from the front line. Lord Hesperus did not respond to further requests for communication. I know what that means. Hearing this, the duelist's face becomes conflicted, much like Angelus. Antonina moves to say something, but is interrupted immediately by Angelus. Lord Hesperus still fights. There is still time, Before Angelus can finish, dazzling flames suddenly apply a shade of red to the shattered exterior of the Reverse Babylon Tower. Angelus looks towards the section of the battlefield Hesperus is responsible for. An unending wall of flames sprouts from the wall, sheltering the remaining sanctifiers behind it, leaving him to partake in the carnage alone. The flames burn away and slay the entropics in droves, but there are always more to pounce on this faint light. Damn it! She attempts to unfurl her wings and take flight, but her feathered wings are far too damaged from the previous battle, and she falls to get off the ground. There's no time. Antonina, how's Reverse Babylon Tower? The improvisation progress has come under control, but many entropics are still active. And the outer walls? No traces of entropics. Relatively safe. Wait, what are you planning? That's good. Apologies. I have some things I must verify myself. I will be back in a moment. Angelus forms an arrow with her remaining operants, leaping towards the outside world. Angelus! Ignoring the force of the wind in freefall, the Greater Sanctifier fires a curved shot, attempting to reinforce Hesperus from where the wall of fire does not cover. Yet the result is as she expected. The rain of arrows is thoroughly stopped while still airborne, with no chance to get around the wall. Complete thorough obstruction. Lord Hesperus. The rapidly approaching terra firma leaves no time for her to think. Angelus can only plunge arrows after arrows of operants into the outer wall, trying to slow her descent. But with her hampered neurocloud, her arrows shadow one after the other, finding no purchase. Chih. Over here, Angelus! A mobile platform bearing the two approach Angelus from above. She does not hesitate to grab onto the platform's railings, shooting an explosive arrow with centrifugal force. 3 sequential explosions barely stopped the platform in midair. That was close. Nearly turned into a mincemeat patty. Still apprehensive, the doll turns around, trying to persuade her impulsive comrade. I understand how you feel, Angelus, but facing down the entropics in this state is just too dangerous. It matters not how dangerous it is. If Lord Hesperus falls here, then... She stops herself. Beyond the boundary lies a future she has yet to, and would much rather not consider. Perhaps you do need a face-to-face explanation and fail well. The surroundings suddenly freeze. The scenery nearby changes after a mere blink. The broken and shattered Reverse Babylon Tower is no more. A divine, flawless space of pure white takes its place. This is my sacred canon. Yes, this would be my second time visiting. A familiar voice appears behind her. Angelus turns around, confirming her own conjecture. Sorry, Professor. We have no time to talk. The front line state is worse than you could ever imagine. Hesperus first entropized the sacred canon, then summoned the entropic horde. Sanctifier loss has been heavy, and we are dependent on Lord Hesperus' forceful division of the battlefield to delay the enemies. I have no power to interfere in the battlefield currently. I must think of some other way to assist Lord Hesperus. No need, Angelus. As agreed, I would handle everything on the front line. You need only to handle your delegated duties. The Sanctifier leader's figure emerges from the darkness, approaching the two. Lord Hesperus! I asked the Oasis Professor to connect to your sacred canon and create this space using the neurocloud. Hesperus' understanding of us is too deep, and he watched closely over my movements. I had no option but to make a request to the Professor. I apologize. I did not intend to add further difficulties to your operation. Don't worry, time does not pass here like the outside world, and there's no need to worry about the mission. Your answers are always so sympathetic. It reminds me of an old friend. I wish for you to witness this process too, a personal desire of mine. Lord Hesperus, you... Hesperus shakes his head, cutting off Angelus. His face had returned to his usual stern and serious state. Take a shot! We hone our blades in the darkness. We defend order in the face of chaos. We bear a light in the long nights. We must not abuse our power, because we are strong. And neither can we abandon our responsibilities, because we are weak. Hesperus puts a palm to his chest, and a flame lights in his hand. For we heed the revelations of God, and we act out to carry on his will. Only through order can we glimpse the truth of revelations. The blessed must engrave the gods in their hearts, fulfill their will, and seek their glory. The flames grow brighter. Hesperus offers Angelus his hand. The flame in his palm now radiating in sunlight resplendence. Angelus, I should now bestow upon you the permissions of the leader of the Sanctifier. What? Wait, Angelus is leader now? Damn! Well, I guess Angelus is not going to be living at the Oasis. Lord Hesperus, what are you saying? I have little time left. Hesperus gestures with his hand, dispersing his disguised projection and displaying the true state of his body. This... As he said, his life was fleeting, like a candle in the wind. His remaining vitality seeps out from his wounds, along with his offerings. His fractured body sheds parts and pieces, having been maintained by his patchwork field repairs until now. Before one fulfills their duty upon the field, the Sanctifier's future must be bequeathed to someone suitable. And my choice is you. But why me? The greater Sanctifier struggles to accept the reality in front of her. I'm not ready yet. Oh no, it's the sad music. This duty is far too onerous for me as it is. I cannot lead them like you. I cannot find the path forward for them. She sheds her own disguise with each and every self-pointed word, leaving unhealable gashes in her heart of hearts. I am not a true Sanctifier either. To defeat Eucharist, I burned away the Sanctifier part of my neurocloud in exchange for power. As things are, I am more entropic, clad in Sanctifier's skin. The powerlessness weighs heavy on her mind. She shakes her head as her voice breaks, denying her own duty and identity. Crisis and strife do not wait for us to make ready before they appear, Angelus. Professor, I agree with Hesperus' judgment. You should be the next leader of the Sanctifiers. You bear the same resolve and cautiousness as him. You would both give yourself for the justice in your heart, and you know the importance of being resolute in your duties. In such times of crisis, a leader such as you is needed to blaze the path. Professor, I cannot be as calm as you are. She clutches her wounds lightly. She clutches her wounded arm right. She clutches her wounded right arm tightly, lamenting in a pleading manner. I've lost far too much today. I have buried comrades that stood by my side, killed a former sister, and now my leader that I trusted in. I cannot bear this burden. I may be able to ensure the justness of my actions right now, but what if I were to turn into someone like Eucharist? Angelus. What you fear will not come to pass, and you would never become a second Eucharist. Even with your reassurance, I... Answer me, greater sanctifier Angelus. The sudden sternness makes Angelus pause. What made you choose differently than Eucharist in that dream? What drives you to stand and fight the entropic still? I want to protect all those that I hold dear. The harsh and rigid warrior nods in recognition. The night shall eventually end, and dawn is soon to come. I leave this to you, greater sanctifier Angelus. Do not forget your oaths, and do not forget the choices that you once made. He passes his flame to Angelus, allowing the orange warmth to blossom in her neurocloud. I have undone the modifications made by Esperus to your neurocloud with the power of the sanctifiers. You are no longer an entropic, but a true, full-fledged greater sanctifier. Lord Hesperus. The passing of the leader's permissions is a lengthy process and a great test. The sacred canon sees you as the leader, but the tremendous injection of the operants will cause great pain. Only by accepting this pain, and the power that comes with it, can you become the true leader of the sanctifiers. But I believe in you. Your heart is already filled with the sacrifices and resolve of your predecessors. They have already become your strength. Only that your path from now on must be walked alone. If there is truly unconquerable obstacle, Professor the Oasis, can I trust you to guide her? Of course, I understand. I can be at ease then. The former Sanctifier leader smiles, relieved. He casts his gaze towards the faraway darkness. I shall fulfill my duty and make time for your contest over the sacred canon. Angelus, I fully bestow onto you the rank of Sanctifier leader. The flames of Hesperus' hands burn bright still. It slowly illuminates the archived histories of the Sanctifiers. In those snapshots of the past, this flame was once weak, passed down from Sanctifier to Sanctifier. Between old hands, young hands, pierced and bloody hands, regretful and powerless hands. He carries the flames in his hands across the savannah, and she does the same across the city. During the lengthy journey, the weak flame gradually grows radiant. But in the endless night, the light in their hand lights the path that all came before. And now, the light stops before the girl. The future is in your hands. Oh, whoa, what is... Man, a lot of CGs here. I love it. I love it. Before Angelus can respond, the hand bearing the flames disappears into the darkness, leaving the sparks that has borne witness to the resolve of countless sanctifiers, dancing in the wind. Congratulations, Angelus! You become main character status now. Tears fall from the girl's face. Angelus. Professor, I know very well that to the humans of the outside, this inheritance of resolve is completely meaningless. All that we do are programmed, mechanical commands, recalcitrant conflicts between pieces of data, false justice and freedom that hold no value whatsoever. When we get to the bottom of it, all this is just a minuscule war taking place in a server's memory. Who wins? Who dies? And all that happens in this little world would make no difference in any of human history. But even so, I wish to protect them. She takes hold of the pair of hands in her memories, not letting go. Please, Professor, before I am able to strength, will you protect this light with me? Yes, of course. The two's hands overlap under the light, igniting this insignificant putrid flame of life once more. Bro, I'm gonna be so pissed if, like, the ending of PNC was that, like, it didn't matter. I'm gonna be so angry. Antonina? Now that's different. Oh, what the fuck is this? Crumbling Rampart, Sanctifier, Fortitude, Entropization, Cleansing requested. Rusted Edge, Sanctifier, H's, Cleansing requested. Broken Sight, Sanctifier, Defender, Entropization, Cleansing requested. Hesperus Flames, we hone our blades in darkness. We defend order in the face of chaos. We bear the light along night. Aim Buzz, the Star Beach level. And before PNC was a fever dream? I hope not, bro. If it was a fever dream, I'm gonna be so... Oh! There he is! There's my boy! There's Hesperus. There he is. There he is. Patience. Defender. Fortitude. Please let PNC be canon. Please let this actually matter. What are the chances of a hot female Hesperus appearing now? Yo, I'll take it. I'll take it. Sanctifier Fortitude. Entropizing Season 9. Cleansing requested. You fought hard. Cleanse Protocol. Crumbling Walls. Hesperus' HP drops, but his damage increases. The dawn is nigh, and I shall illuminate the final darks before the day breaks. Twilight blinks. Oh no, he's losing them! He's losing comrades. Who's next? Is it Defender or is it Patience? Who's next? Who's next? Fortitude was the first one to go. Sanctifier, Patience, Structure and Entropization 95%. Cleansing requested. Sanctifier, Defender, Cleansing requested. Farewell, Cleanse Protocol, Rusted Blade. Oh, he lost them both! He lost them both at the same time. The rest I leave to you. The former Sanctifier leader spews forth blood, with one knee to the ground, paying the price for the forced neural communications just a moment ago. To prevent Hesperus from detecting any abnormalities, Hesperus almost exhausts what remains of his operants to mask the signal. He struggles to rise to his feet amidst the flames, meeting the pair of golden eyes residing in the darkness above. Good, good. I haven't been found out. The entropic horde sniffs out the weakness of the prey before him, swimming forth and attempting to tear him apart. His blade fails to cut through the incoming tentacle, only capable of beating his attacker back. Soon enough comes a second and a third assaulting him from a blind spot in his vision. Sharp tentacles pierce Hesperus' body, He decisively burns away the intruding limb with his flame, splitting his attacker into two halves with a counterattack. Without another moment to breathe, more and more foes pour forth from the shadows, attempting to break through the gaps in the wall while Hesperus is weak. Not one step forward. Paying with the integrity of his neurocloud once more, flames billow upwards, burning away the entropic tide in an instant. His pouring sweat and the seeping red operants from his body are vaporized by the heat before they hit the ground, barely supporting his body. Hesperus places himself in the entropic's way once more. He knew that he could not fall. Behind the wall of flames are what remained of Megressi's hope, that which must protect at any cost. He looks at the faraway stranger judging him upon his throne, lightly bidding farewell. Looks like we won't get to have that drink together. The operant-formed flames reach towards the heaven, lighting up the reverse Babylon Tower's infinitely dark night sky. Even the throne in distant Tartarus feels this heat, brought by the flames of life. The man maintains the wall of fire, advancing towards the throne step by step. So, this is your resolve. He rises, sending blades of starlight at Hesperus. The crescent-shaped attacks are shattered in an instant as they approach Hesperus, their shards leaving cuts open, leaving cuts upon the side of Hesperus' neck. Oh? His attack's ineffective. Hesperus raises his hand once more, targeting those who attempt to retreat behind the wall. Never. The flames intercept the attack once more. Hesperus seems to realize something, but his surprise is soon replaced by his usual frigidity. He no longer moves to attack, only looking at the flame-cloaked figure in front of him that is ever so familiar. That figure proclaims his ideals and resolve unto the very end. For Megressi! Oh shit! Oh, that's cool! That's so cool! 9,999 damage. Flashback. Hesperus, what do you think wine would taste like? Wine? Yes, I hear it's a beverage our gods partake of when they feel happiness or melancholy. The drink Electra created before piqued my interest, and I entertained the thought of having everyone taste the real thing. If you ever did have the chance, I should love to sample its flavor. Very well. Before you return from Tartarus, I shall have this wine you speak of ready. Seeing the surprise on his face, Hesperus frowns with displeasure. What is it? Nothing. I'm merely a little surprised. What you just said really is not your usual style. No, he ain't no mind. Let's call it a deal then. He smiles and ascends, and accedes, moving on from his previous topic. It is indeed true that you're more suited to guarding the border. We have always delegated the work as such. You manage the safety and affairs of Megressi, and I guard Tartarus. What prompted these musings? I'm only recognizing the god's wisdom. The dragon, more suited to arms, shall be posted there, stifling any threat, while it is still in its cradle. By the way, why did you choose the dragon as your symbol? You need not tell me if it is troublesome. I only ask out of personal curiosity. Finding Hesperus silent, Hesperus attempts to round out his awkward previous statement. I once heard a story about a dragon. Story? Yes. I don't remember the exact details. Only that the dragon could not overcome destiny in the end, failing or falling in his beloved land. But when it felt no regrets. Its final roar echoed through her belly, carving this will into the heart of generations after generations of young dragons. Thus, it lived on as a flame of faith, eternally lighting the way ahead for its progeny. I wish to become an existence like it one day. The new overlord of Megressi ends his reminiscence, gazing at the figure in his way who was burning away his life. His silhouette becomes blurry in the raging flames, only his shattered weapon supporting his figure discernible in the heat. The dragon should not go out with but a way. Well, I guess that's it, guys. I guess that's it. He fixates upon the shattered blade for some time, before finally walking past it. Away with you. An unsheathed blade of starlight slays a monster that dared approach in a single strike. Therein lies an existence that shan't be allowed to taint. He speaks no more, only looking up at the endless blazing wall before him. Even after his master's passing, the fierce flames still burn away the entropics, halting their advance. Hesperus knew that these roaring flames, fueled by a neural cloud, would not fade easily. Even if he were to attack it with all his might, it would take some time to break through. He had no such designs, however. He only wished to watch this flame burn until its final moments. Oh! Guys, get it? He made a firewall. Yeah! He used his own energies to make a firewall. And then, like, the firewall will eventually go away. So Esper is gonna wait it out then. Like, he could break through it, but, like, he doesn't see a point to it. So he's gonna wait at the firewall. Lantern Bearer, and a long night comes to a halt. Agressi's future is in your hands now. Lose the protocol, Hesperus Flame. MVP! Look at that! Look at that MVP. I'm gonna screenshot that. You know what's funny? I never noticed that, like, the victory music in PNC, it's the same music as GFL 1. Like, maybe it's, like, slightly remixed, but it's definitely the same music. Reverse Babylon Tower Pantheon. Don't be rash, Antonina. But their conversation is interrupted by entropic shrieking. They instinctively flail around with their tentacles, but their orders prevent them from transgressing upon their targets beyond surrounding them. After a brief standstill, the entropics overlord appears before them. You disappoint me. His disguise discarded, Hesperus is not bothered with idle talk, simply expressing his displeasure. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. That is how long Hesperus delayed me, at the cost of his life. I have respected your resolve, but you have not used this time well at all. I don't think so, Hesperus. The professor looks up, boldly facing down the newly Christian king's wrath. Antonia and I did not waste the time Hesperus bought for us. With the permissions and efforts, the sacred cannon is thoroughly locked down. The infected portion is temporarily unworkable, but you won't be able to entropize it as you wish now. The reverse Babylon Tower that Hesperus defended with his life is not yours anymore. At this, Hesperus frowns somewhat. So what? I can still control this place with entropy powers. You are still destined to fail, Tetsamaru. Tetsamaru, huh? First time I've been called that. All this professor really just doesn't jive well with me. What are you saying? The white-robed figure smiles confidently. Tell me, Hesperus. Having monitored the battlefield until now, since how long were you under the impression that was Tetsamaru? Huh? Oh, it's Irina! Yo! It's Irina? Damn! It was Irina the entire time? Hesperus waves his hand, dispelling the neural projection of the person before him with a sheer force. Ruskin as you've always been. Seriously, can't you be a bit gentler with your former accomplice? Irina. That's right. It's the first time we met like this, right? Just when did you swap? I'm not sure if swap is the right word here. From the very beginning, Tetsamaru created a plan with your movements in mind. Let us proceed. If I speak so frankly, our sacred canon is not so easily modified or transferred. It contains the information of every sanctifier that has been, If one is not familiar with its workings, they will be swept away into vast and chaotic streams of data upon initial connection. That is correct. That's why I'm here with the professor. I think interacting with the sacred can with Antonina's tech and human permissions will make it possible to override its ownership. And this means that you must enter the Pantheon together at the same time, yes? Yes, and this is related to the request I have for you. I hope that you will be able to tie down Esperus on the front line and allow an Oasis squad to escort Antonina and I into Pantheon. The professor pauses for a moment, sighing somewhat helplessly. At least that's what it needs to look like. What does that mean? I said that the importance of this operation is interacting with the sacred canon and reclaiming it using Antonina's technology and human permissions. Your misunderstanding is that both Antonina and I must be present. Now, what if the person entering the tower is not the Oasis professor, but another human on Megressi? Hesperus, do you think we could trick him like this? The Sanctifier leader comes to an understanding, a rare surprised expression appearing on his face. A most risky move. The risk and the practicality of this plan. This other human is familiar with the professor's permissions as well. Rather, these permissions were hers in the first place, and she can manipulate them as she desires. In combination with the disguise technology EOS provided us with, I think it's very possible to trick a Sanctifier leader. And in truth, we already have. The figure before him briefly undoes their disguise, displaying their true appearance. It's good to meet you, Hesperus. Since even you didn't have a single suspicion, I think this plan is a workable one. So, I was part of your plan from the very beginning. Ha! As expected of the professor. After a brief contemplation, the Sanctifier leader raises his head once more, extending a hand towards this human he has never met before. Very well. Very well. I agree with your plan. Continue as you will. I will do everything in my power to assist you. As the two clash blades on a less notable part of the battlefield, three figures proceed stealthily into the tower's plan. Hesperus has engaged the enemy. Now! Hold on, I need to make sure the ID disguise works properly. The green-haired doll taps away rapidly to keyboard. The series of checks succeed. She lets out a long sigh of relief, quickly making her way to the companions on the hind spot. Preparation complete. We can enter the tower, Professor. Oh, and that's why it's ... Professor, because she knows it's not Professor, it's Irina. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. We can't waste this opportunity Hesperus has given us. May the fortunes be with you, Lord Hesperus. No wonder Prisca chose this one. One hell of a dangerous plan, but they foresaw everything. Professor Irina, her disguise doffed, gives her regards to the plan's creator. Perhaps this plan was already simmering in her mind when they spoke to me, and that was why they elaborated on the details after we had reached an agreement. I never thought the day would come when I would be a piece on the board myself as well. At least judging by the results, they bet right. Antonina, your professor's done well. As much as I hate to admit it, they have. It is our professor after all. Yeah, honestly at this point, like, everyone looks at the commander as like the real leader now. Because Irina does her own thing. So like, no one looks at Irina as the professor anymore. She may be the original professor, but no one sees her like in a leadership role though. Green-haired doll questions the Sanctifier's up in the air. How does it feel to be deceived, Hesperus? Answer me. Where is Tetsamaru? Hesperus' face grows ever more gloomy, the hidden rage in his voice diffusing into the world, along with its operants, further mutilating the already showered Pantheon. Just as the professor thought. Never imagined that I would see that expression on your face, high and mighty as you are. A sudden incoming call interrupts Hesperus' outburst. Partners. He suddenly realizes something, his expression turning into one of anger. Tetsamaru! Upon the throne beneath the endless abyss, the entropic monarch salutes the guests from a distant land elegantly. You are finally here, Tetsamaru. I've been waiting since the very beginning. And I as well. This day has been a long time coming. Haha, it appears that we are the same mind. Okay, wait, not gonna lie though. You know what Malkira kind of looks like to me? Malkira looks like she could totally be like an Elid. Like, no, I'm being serious. Like, with the way that the tentacles and stuff work out and shit, like think about it. We could totally have like a human Elid who managed to like keep their mind or something, and like the human Elid could be like another bad guy faction in Girls Frontline 2. I want to see that. I totally want to see that. I'm down. I'm so down for like an Elid faction. The arrangements are complete. The prelude has begun, and our guests are present. Commence! The old gal is splendid beyond compare. As Malkira's laughter echoes through the throne room, a figure by her side draws its blade, striking out. A flame burns brightly upon the blade, illuminating a face most familiar. Ah! There it is! There it is! It's Soul! Soul! Photoluminescence end. No! How dare you? Now I must wait until the next event. There it is. Guys, Soul is next gacha, right? Soul is the next gacha. She better be the next gacha. Because I could pull for her right now. I can pull for her. Like right now. Oh yeah, I guess I wanted to check this out. Oh, not that one. Not that one. I want to check out like Angela's really quick. Let's see. There she is. Oh shit! I don't have her. I don't have her animation one yet. Nah, that sucks. Ah, I don't have it yet. Okay, I gotta wait. She is now the leader. She's the leader now.
オアシスのためにも私の矢に貫かれたい。まあ、いけない子。お仕置きが足りなかったかしら。
I'm finally done with the event. I guess all that's left now is just like daily farms and shit. Guess that's all that's left now.
どうだい教授さん、何か買ってかないかい？
But before I continue on, there is something that I've been meaning to do, and I was waiting for Girls Frontline 2 to happen, and now Girls Frontline 2 has happened. So where the fuck is this bitch? Diane! I must channel my inner Raymond. I must channel my inner Raymond. Yep. All right, what's the wedding cutscene like for Diane? What's it like? I must see the wedding cutscene for Diane. There we go, max health. Or max affection. There she is. Oh, she got like a huge ass background. Alright, I gotta adjust that. She has a huge background. What the fuck? Wait, she basically has like a room. Like usually like some of the other like even like some of the other live 2D ones, it's usually kind of like a small little circle like around like the doll. But like she legitimately has like a giant ass room like just for hers. It's basically like the whole screen. Yeah, because like if I go to like Antonina, for example, like see, it's a circle. You see, like, at least for Antonina, like, she has a background, but, like, it doesn't take up, like, the whole entire space or whatever. Is there... What's clickable? What's even clickable on here? Is anything clickable on here? Oh, she giggles when I tap there. Can I drag anything? No? I will always be by your side. I swear on my instrument. I would never betray or desert you. Guys, she said it right here. She will always be with you forever. She'll never betray or desert you. Is it any wonder like why the fan base got so angry, right? Is it any she just said it. She said it in this game too. I don't think there's anything I could drag. I don't think there's anything draggable here. Not that I can see. That's perfect for NTR. No, never. Never. Don't say it. Don't say it. Can I almost script her? Oh, I can. But like, I don't see a reason to because I don't use her. A lovely melody fills the chapel, while flower petals and doves flutter through the air. At the other end of the walkway, a familiar figure waits for you, filled with expectation. How will she respond to your feelings?
そのお気持ちにどう報いるべきか。今この時より、たとえ時代が変わろうとも、たとえ苦難に苛まれようとも、生涯あなたのそばを離れず、あなたに背かぬことを我が総額に誓います。やがて訪れる死が永遠に二人を分かつまで。
R A Y M O N D. Raymond! No, reset. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing the joke. I'm not doing the joke. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I mean, I will make this joke though. I don't use her. I don't use her. I legit don't use her, so it's like, yeah, like I don't care. I literally don't care. All right, what's the cutscene story like? At the Oasis in Diane's room, under the flickering candlelight, a girl holds a wet wedding dress in her arms, her heart filled with anticipation and nervousness as she carefully embroiders designs into it with a needle. I wonder if the professor would like this dress. Tomorrow is a special day, and as such, she has specially sewn the gown. Each stitch that makes it up is filled with her love for the person she admires. Big sis, are you there? An energetic girl with a pair of twin tails pounds on the door, her voice eager and excited. Diane quickly puts the wedding dress away, but the flush on her cheeks remains. Come in. Okay, hold up, wait, I just realized something. I'm getting lag, and like this usually happens like when I have like the thing running for so long. So like I guess I gotta reset. I'm getting lag. It happens. There we go. You saw that flash just now. Like that's just me resetting. We should be good now. It's like, I know that the lag is getting pretty bad, like when the text starts lagging. All AI programs looking at Megrissi are given designations such as Resident Agent, Sanctifier, Dawn Neurocloud, etc. So if it's an agent, that means it was born on the server. If it's a Dawn Neurocloud, that means it's actually a doll in the real world. If it's a Sanctifier, it's an antivirus program.
Neural Cloud.
Oh, look at that! Persicaria got jealous, so she came on the screen. Alright. Let's go see that. Let's go see the Diane scene fully now. I was wondering if you were okay. Big sis, you haven't stepped out of your room all day. Oh, you're always so careless, Jongyu. I'm doing well. Tomorrow will be the day I become Oathsworn to the Professor. So, I was just making preparations in my room. You know what, guys? In GFL 2, I'll use my Covenant ring on Jongyu, but not Diane. Because I like the little sister better. That's right. I'd rather use it on Jongyu. I'd rather use my Covenant ring on Jongyu. You just been friend zoned, Diane. You've been friend zoned. Those must be some awfully sneaky preparations you're making if you had to hole up in your room all day like that. Hey, let me see. Curious, Jongyu sizes up the embarrassed Diane and notices part of the wedding dress peeking out behind her. Spools of embroidery thread were neatly arranged on the nearby table. Big sis, are you sewing your own wedding dress? Tomorrow is the day I take my oath when I wear my bridal gown and make an oath with my beloved, pledging ourselves to be one heart forever, to accompany each other. Damn! Damn! Guys, the NTR is real. The NTR is so fucking real, guys. Look at her. She's so excited for the wedding and everything. And she's like, I'm gonna be with them forever and ever. And then we don't see each other for 10 years. Guys, 10 years. 10 fucking years. Guys, a lot can happen in 10 years. A lot can happen in 10 years. I'm just saying. Guys, is it really cheating if like you guys don't see each other for like 5 years and like you assume that the other person is like dead or whatever or like moved on? Like, is it really cheating? I don't think it's cheating. She probably assumed that the commander died, right? I bet she just assumed that the commander died. So, you know, she gotta hook up with someone else. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Since I were only ever wear this dress once, I need to work hard on making it. Wow, this stitching is so exquisite. It must have taken a long time to make it. No wonder you were in your room all this time. Bro, I literally already had that gift saved on my hard drive. Yep, I already have it saved. Bro, that's technically canon. Because you know that was made by the artist for Jongyu, right? So I'm just gonna say it's technically canon. Still, there's something different about the style of the dress. Huh. Especially around the... Oh, I get it now. Shh. Diane places her index finger on her lips to indicate that Jongyu should keep quiet. She winks, indicating their little sister should not reveal that secret. The professor has always been kind and humble person, caring yet not smothering. I admire and respect them. And with this oath, I want to grow closer to the professor, though it is but a selfish desire of mine. She lowers her head slightly as she said this, and her cheeks grow pinker. Okay, I got it. But since your partner is the professor you're always thinking about, I wish you all the best and hope things turn out the way you want. Oh, you. Although there's something more. There's one more thing I need your help with. Huh? What is it? Diane beckons her sister over. Jongyu bends down and listens to what Diane whispers in her ear. A moment later, she exclaims in surprise. Baiju? Girlish laughter echoes through the silent halls of the dorm, with anticipation and trepidation. In her heart, the demure and gentle maiden's oath day arrives at last. The oath at night is captivating sight. After Diane and I finished our oath ceremony in the chapel during the day, she said she wanted to head back to prepare herself, and so we agreed to meet in the dorm tonight. The door to her room is ajar, and a thin shaft of amber light shines through the gap. A knock on the door just to see what would happen. Is that you, Professor? Please come in. Bro! She was ready! She was ready. With your permission, I push the door open and enter. The light in the room flickers. Illuminating a room decorated in classical style and draped with light silks. The girl wakes from her nap, a hint of tipsiness in her languid voice. Below the silken canopies above, her delicate fingers grasp a fan. Her porcelain wrist sway in the light, and a gentle breeze banishes the heat filling the room. Yet they cannot cool the pink blaze on her face. Diane, are you drunk? I had a sip while waiting for you. Unfortunately, the baijiu was very strong, and just a few mouthfuls was almost too much for me. Would you like to join me, Professor? I don't think I could hold my drinks as well as you. If we started, it would probably put me out like a light. Still, I don't mind chatting with you if you like. My, but you're so considerate, Professor. How could I bear to get you drunk for the sake of my selfish desires? The truth is, this baijiu was meant for our oath. I've heard that in the past, those who pledged themselves to each other would seal their commitment with shout toast. Is this what you had in mind, Diane? Just so. Well done on noticing it. Diane smiles and fills a pair of jade wine cups as we speak. She offers me one of them, while the other remains in front of herself. I often think about how I would have turned out if I had not met you. Surely, I would have wandered alone through the cloud, with nobody to turn to, and nobody to understand my music. Yeah, I've given my heart a refuge, and allowed me to know what it means to have a soulmate. Guys! Soulmate! We're the soulmate! Soulmate. She's never gonna abandon... Yep, forever. Forever and ever, guys. I can pour all the things in my heart out to another, and share my joy and sorrow as well. When I think about all this, I realize I am truly blessed. I too am honored to have met you. I accept the cup Diane offered me. She raises her hand, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I realize what she had in mind and grasp her slender arm. This baijiu has a strong taste, and while its initial aroma is rich and fragrant, it has a powerful kick to it. The exchange of toasts is but a ceremony, and if you find it too harsh, then you need not force yourself to drink so much, Professor. We took an oath to share joy and sorrow, luxury and hardship. How could I possibly back down in the very first hurdle? Diane's eyes gleam with delight, and as our gazes meet, we raise our hands and finish each other's cups in a single gulp. It really is spicy. Since when did the Oasis have such a strong baijiu? Professor, did you notice anything different about me today? On normal days, you favor muted colors, just like the meaning of your name, Sable Haze. Though subdued, it's elegant and mellow. But your bright red dress today has shown me a different side of you, Diane. Which one do you prefer, Professor? Your usual self, the you of today. I like both sides of you. You will always be Diane, no matter what you wear. It's you that I like, after all. Oh, the ult music, guys. The ult music is playing. A firefly is drawn by the scent of the alcohol and flies through the window. After flitting about for a bit, it lands by the silt near Diane's tummy. Amidst my daze, I suddenly realize how her wedding crown differs from the norm. The form-fitting red silk perfectly highlights Diane's voluptuous figure, while boldly revealing her jade-like skin, making her a vision every bit as intoxicating as the fragrance of the baijiu that permeates in the air. Did you notice the effort I put into designing my dress? I have to say, I feel a little disappointed, Professor. She lightly flicks her fan, banishing the firefly. She seems to be giving me a hit of some sort with that gesture. After seeing the confusion in my face, she purses her lips and smiles playfully at me. Oh, you're poking fun at me again. Your Diane would not dare. I simply want to inform you that I went to certain efforts for today's oath. However, you must uncover the objectives of these efforts with your own hands. Guys, the screen shook. A sudden gust of wind blows from the outside, ruffling the layers of silk above us, and instantly closing the window. The breeze lifts the strands of Diane's hair over the brief distance that separates us, and they caress my face. Lit by the warm candlelight, I feel my body heating up, and a restlessness growing in my heart. Oh wait, I'm getting drunk! The text! I can't read the text that much anymore. Even the UI. Yeah, it's starting to get pretty blurry. That's not your YouTube, guys. This is the screen getting blurry. The inebriating mood in the air clouds my mind, and I feel the need for a refreshing drink to quench my sudden thirst. I take the wine cup beside me, and down it in one go. Ah, Professor, that was my cup. I glance down the wine cup upon being reminded, whereupon I notice that I have already wiped off half the bright red lip prints that once adorned its rim. Pardon me. Does this count as a kiss then? Since we have exchanged oaths, then it doesn't bother you. It certainly won't bother me. Or rather, it would seem that I have reached my goal by coming closer to you than on normal days. A wave of tipsiness surges over me, and I am engulfed by feeling of vertigo. That really was a stiff drink. I'm having trouble standing. I've been completely taken in by your wiles. First, your bespoke dress. Now that buys you for the toast. What would be the next pit that I stumble into? Well, if you've already seen through them, then you have me at a disadvantage, Professor. She pouts her lips, as though she was annoyed, but the gentle mirth remains in her eyes. Are you drunk, Professor? If you don't mind, then why not rest your head on your Diane? I don't mind offering my lap as your pillow. There is a saying, in vino verace, in wine there is truth. I would like to know you better and share more stories about myself with you, Professor. I lean against her and lay myself down. Her lovely features are surprisingly clear in my dazzled vision. The only sound in the room comes from the fluttering of the firefly's wings. The windows is shut, and it cannot leave, so it has no choice but to flutter around the edges of the table. It seems like I am like this firefly, so thoroughly trapped that I am unable to escape. And do you think I am not equally bound? Huh? This firefly loved the light and entered the room, seeking a candle flame. Her Diane has given you her heart, wanting nothing more than to accompany you for all time, and never shall the two of us part. Now that I think about it, perhaps we are both fireflies, chasing each other's lights, with neither reluctance nor regret. Diane's ivory hand caressed my face, and the places where she touched seemed to burn with spicy heat. Your face is so red, Professor. She lowers her head, and a fragrant aroma washes over me. The drink has numbed my senses, and her gentle scent sets my head spinning. Tell me, in the days of old, what did the oath couple do after finishing their exchange of toast? Oh ho, well, if you understand the meaning of the toast, then how could you not know what comes next? We draw closer and closer to each other. Diane's eyes are filled with passion, which she pours all over me amidst the flickering candlelight. Still lying down, I wave my hands and extinguish a nearby candle. The moon beyond the window is now the only source of light for her beshrouded bedchamber. In the darkness, her hands find mine, and our fingers mesh together. Wait, we do it? Because we didn't do IDW. We definitely did not do it with Betty. Were you, Professor? Oh, you. We have a long night ahead of us. Ample time to bear our feelings. So, and much more to each other. Oh shit, we do it! Oh. I'm sorry, Persicaria. She got me drunk. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. She took advantage of me. She got me drunk. Persicaria is still my #1 waifu for this game. But, like, I'm just saying that, like, you got me drunk. You got me drunk. Where's the wedding dress for Persicaria? I'm still waiting for the wedding dress for Persicaria. Now you see why the NTR drama. She's a slut, guys. She's a slut. She'd go into bed with any guy. She going to bed with any guy. I think the only one I have left now is Angela.
どうだい教授さん、何か買ってかないかい？リコにはもう支払い通知が聞こえてるよ。チャリーって。
Yeah, the only one I have left is Angela. It's like, I'll do that some other time. Because, like, you know, I don't want, like, all my girls to have, like, the same wedding date. So, I'll do Angela's thing. Like some other stream or whatever. But, like, I had to do the Diane one as a joke. Because she's in GFL 2 now. I had to do it as a joke. Oh, I did already previously buy the Dark Star Hubble wedding dress, but like I haven't oathed her yet. I'll wait. I haven't seen it yet. I'll wait to oath her, but like on a different day, since like, you know, again, I don't want to pick the same day or whatever. Maybe I'll wait until Valentine's. Maybe I'll wait until Valentine's Day for Dark Star Hubble. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, I married Eos on my birthday? I don't even remember that. 4/28. Huh. Yeah, I legit like don't remember. $11/17, just a random day. $6/26, random day. Oh, one day after Christmas. She was the after Christmas wedding. Oh yeah, reminder guys. I do actually have this Roku costume as a desktop mat. I do have this physically in real life. I also have a Nikkei desktop mat too, of like Noir and Blanc. 3/9, random day. $11/14, random day. $8/24, random day. Nah, alright. Alright. I finished the events. We're all done. And I'm hungry. So I'm gonna grab myself something to eat. This does not count as a Saturday stream. I'll try and do a Saturday stream. This is the Friday stream technically, even though it was really late. Anyway, I'll see all you guys later. Thanks for hanging out for the stream. I don't even know what day to even consider this anymore, but I'll grab something to eat. I'll see all you bitches later. Bye.